Alright, welcome back, folks. It's day 8 of Inktober. Today, prompt is hike. And I'm gonna be real, it was a tough one. And honestly, we're gonna stick to some basics. I told myself I was gonna refrain from rehashing like an older prompt, like something related to an older prompt. However, I think this one is different enough, I would say. I don't know if I'm gonna make this more of a sketch. Actually, you know what? Might be worth looking at pencil. Let's look at, see if I can find like a better. Ooh. So I recently, it's been a while since I updated Krita, but I guess none of the default brush sets changed, but I haven't really tested out any new one, like try out the older ones to see if this one's interesting. So it kind of reminds me of a pencil proper, where like if you press down really hard, like if you are very light, it's kind of like shady, but when you press down really hard, it kind of like focuses up. Interesting. What about this one? That's kind of interesting too. I think this one's too soft. Trying to think of one for line work. This one's interesting. It's kind of fat though. Ooh, that's a little. And I use this one quite a lot for shading purposes. It's kind of nice too, although I prefer this one. Huh. I got some ink ones. See if I can. I think this is the liner. Actually, most of the time I use this G pen. Yeah. Still like it. Oh, that's a little spottier. Yeah. I don't really have a go-to pencil S thing. I kinda like this. Nah, it has too much of a. This doesn't go too hard. It's too soft. Maybe I'm just not a pencil. Yeah. Largely for the shading, so let me try. Gonna remove some here. I don't need this. Usually I stick with the G pen. What else? Yeah, that's my default. I'm not sure about this one yet. I'll keep that. Ugh, nah. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. I think I'm really, really liking this brush a lot. I really like this brush. Although, you have to admit, this one is pretty sweet too. Not this one. This one. Hmm. Or like a smooth thing? That this one. I'm gonna find an opportunity to use that. These are all situational. 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 Hmm. I kind of like this to complement the... Interesting. I think I might like this more than this one. Let's... What was this? Is it this one? Yes. Yes. Hang on. Okay, yeah. What about that? Nah. Let's grab this. Oh, it's already in. Okay. I don't think I'm going to. Wait. Oh, I already have it. Okay. I don't think this is going to be useful. I do like this. I don't think I'm going to use this. Alright. That's pretty good. Alright, let's get back to today's. Take a little bit of time. Alright. So let's just default to this for sketching. Okay. Alright. So Okay. I'm okay with that. Hmm. That's a little weird looking. All right. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I'm drawing another backpack. Who would have thought? Hmm. Hmm. All right. So now the question is, how the heck do I clean this up? Okay. Oops. That's a little too much. Hmm. Nah, we're not gonna draw digits. The heck with digits. Maybe something like this. Oh, that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. That's a little off-centered. That's fine. Could you just draw for 1 month each year? Why not just do once a week or something? Because I prefer to do it that way. When you say why not, I say why not. Same difference. The shorter answer is because I have a lot of other things to do. I don't do this professionally. I'm not incentivized to do any of this, so don't really need to do it once a week. I think that's the short story of it. Why not? Tend to do a lot of things differently for the sake of fun. So that's probably the response for why not once a week or something. Largely because once a week I'm also doing other things. Do you like drawing regularly, Corn? Is that something you do? Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. For how long do I do this? Does this experience knowledge last? I don't know. I'm not too focused on whether the experience or the knowledge lasts or not. I do this every once a year. So that's most of the other stuff that I do involves this experience, so they just come in different dimensions, right? I like the Japanese culture. I like playing video games. I like watching anime. I like watching manga. I like watching Netflix shows, Pixar, Disney. So most of this knowledge lasts largely because it's part of my everyday life. So you don't necessarily have to output all the time in order to retain the knowledge you have. I am a person that prefers to be someone who does 80-20. I like to integrate both my experiences together. So whenever I have an inclination to watch things and look at visual effects and whatnot, I put them in my back pocket. I put them in my back pocket until it's time to draw again. So over the years, while I'm not drawing, I'm inputting, much like language learning. You don't have to literally do the things to make things be relevant. So you can reinforce your knowledge and skills and appreciation for things in different ways without having to literally output or bootstrap them. I'm a collector of skills. And that involves constantly doing different things involving the skills you already have. That's kind of probably another motivation. What does language learning have to do with art? Well, currently I'm learning Japanese and Chinese, and one of the things that Chinese and Japanese have is Hanzi, kanji. And Hanzi and kanji involves writing per se, but I see it as drawing as well. Life has really wonderful ways of engaging and being creative about integrating your skills that you acquire along the way. When I write a story, I also imagine pictures and things. So when I memorize information and whatnot, I also imagine them and picture them in my head. At the current time, as I'm learning Chinese and Japanese, I'm imagining myself writing them and what type of prompts to do for them. So here in this year's Inktober thing, I'm taking my 6 months worth of intellectual discussion around the Japanese language and the Chinese language to add a Chinese touch and a Japanese touch to all my prompts. So it has inspired me to do that this year. That's pretty much what I'm doing now. I think knowledge sits with you whether you do it or not. When you choose to involve them over time. But watching movies is a lot about art as well. Watching visual effects and all that, a lot about art. If you keep them with you, keep using them in creative ways, they stay with you. No questions. I generally don't have too much concerns about worrying about things sticking with me or not. If they don't stick with me, then they aren't important. So yeah, certainly there are things that I forget or I need to retrain perhaps. However, I would be a different person next time around. So generally speaking, it would end up being a different experience. Much like this. Different experience every time. Do you enjoy drawing at all, Corn? How do you engage with art? I don't think we're gonna go crazy with landscape. I'm actually quite tired of landscape. And I've been doing landscape the last couple days. Pretty. Gonna take like a break from that. You do it once in a while, it mostly helps you calm. Not very good, but you try. That's all that matters to me. That sounds delightful, Corn. This does calm me down quite a bit. Like, I have to say that yes, it does take. I'm more of a. I brainstorm about it a very long time, and then finally get a chance to express it on the canvas. So it takes me a long time to find the urge to draw. So I see it more like a setup for a treat. I spend a year doing other things, trying to collect other experiences, and then once a month I leave it on the canvas, right? I'm more of a bursty kind of person, so this is my way of expressing things that I've been thinking about for a while. It's kind of like writing a book, I suppose, you know? You get into the mood, you double down, start writing a book, start writing some stories, and then it's on paper. There it is. And then you move on to the next adventure. So I decided that rather than potentially not doing this at all, you know, over time and whatnot, I decided that sure, why not? Let's do it once a month. My drawings are not particularly, like, I'm not aiming to be like a gold standard of anything. I just like drawing in general, so that's usually sufficient for me. I don't think I usually do things in order to be good at them. I do things, the things I choose to do because I enjoy doing them. That also includes like language learning. I think that's kind of nowadays. I feel like there's a lot of emphasis on if you're gonna do it, you're gonna try to do it consistently in order to show improvement or some sort of progress. And I totally get the attraction. However, I no longer really have the desire to do that. The things, or what I mean is I don't usually think of it that way. If you enjoy doing the things you choose to do, not the things you have to do, right? I wanted to make an emphasis that I don't do this professionally. So I'm not a professional artist who gets paid to do anything like this, so no one technically asked for me to do this. And the things that I choose to do, I do because I enjoy doing them. And if it means improving or something, that's pretty good, but I'm looking for life experience. You learn with just Duolingo or doing something else? Everything I do involves language learning. Even right this moment. Less panda is what I'm drawing right now. Kakimashita. Or kaite imasu. Less panda no e o kaite imasu. Paku, right? Shotatsu, shoto pantsu, right? Shatsu, things like that. It goes on in my head. Um, I already mentioned that I watch anime and all that jazz. So those are things we used to study or use exposure. I think language at this point is largely exposure. So is drawing exposure. I think usually a good gauge is maybe if I engage in something for between 6 months to 1 year. My focus is to develop a lifestyle, a basic like a foundational appreciation for the system at work, or a way to then engage into consistent exposure to learn something. So I think after I haven't ever language learned before this, but after using Duolingo as a starting position, I think I understand the foundation of how I would approach self-studying a language. So nowadays, I don't really need to aggressively go out of my way to learn things, but to engage in things that are important to me. And when they are important to me, I can negotiate and encourage myself to learn Japanese and Chinese. So I would say everything else I do involves Japanese or Chinese in some way. And that, to me, is how I go about keeping experiences close to me. So my drawing experience don't necessarily go away. The difference is that over time, it's going to be different. I'm going to have watched other movies, different shows, and those things inspire me to draw more from time to time. And I bring them on. So I don't actively draw between the years, between the months. However, that doesn't mean my ability to perceive prompts and concepts and drawings do not improve. It's kind of like language learning when you're doing only input. I happen to enjoy doing that for pretty much all my skills. Like the skill I'm using right now, which is conversation. Developing like stories, explaining what I typically do, that kind of stuff. I do that every day too. When I watch an anime, I think about how I'm going to explain it to someone else if they're interested. Every time I log off stream, right when my stream ends, I'll be consuming other people's things, and I ask myself, how am I going to explain this if someone was curious? And that's usually how I practice my conversational skills. I like relaxing too. I'm a little exhausted. What can I do to improve relaxation? As an example as well. Just gonna draw some blobs here. Let our eyes fill in. Do you language learn, Lauren? What are you doing at the moment with language learning? I generally ask also if you do it professionally or not, because I think there lots of the things I say requires context, right? I'm quite laid back when it comes to skill development and whatnot, because I'm more focused on, I tend to be more focused on quality of life and hobbies and the like, as opposed to professional things. So like, by no means I don't expect people to learn anything from watching me do artwork, other than enjoy and be encouraged to also do artwork themselves. I thought about turning my artwork into Anki cards or something. Maybe something like that. I thought about it too. That's a great way to encourage myself to draw. Also, maybe producing a product that others might want to. Hey, I think that's enough vegetation. I don't want to go to it on that. I think our coloring is good. Pretty conservative. All right, let's get these guys a little bit more. Kodama. Let's give this guy a smile. This guy's a little too upset. Might want to round out. Maybe we'll round out dude's face. Okay. Okay. All right. Have you tried those official language tests like JLPT to check how much you know? Uh, I kind of did. I mean, I look at the materials that they cover. Lots of people asked about that earlier on in the days, and the only time I actually did that was, the only time I did that was way in the beginning, where I was curious what happened after 100 days, but I didn't do it after that. We did like a mock, I did like a practice exam on JLPT 5, so maybe like 160 days ago, we got like an 80% on a mock JLPT 5 exam. That was like 150 days ago. Exams, I'm not the biggest fan on exams. I typically avoid those type of metrics. I do self-evaluation on my own, to go over things and whatnot as I go. Now my usual reviews and stuff on my own progress and whatnot happen every 100 days. Or is it every 50 days? It's every 50 days. However, I might move it to every 100 days because as your vocabulary and stuff gets bigger and things require like time dilates and you're more engaging in immersion and whatnot, things take longer. So I'm starting to dilate the things. I used to do reviews every 25 days to like see where I am, cover, recall all our grammar and stuff. I think no, that's fine. Outside that, no, I don't really have any particular interest yet. Maybe if some interesting developments, perhaps. I check my own performance the way I typically do. Keep myself honest, right? Do progress reports, record things. That's how I track. Develop new methods, keep evolving my learning strategies, and then trust the process because of learning strategies. This is a little bit of a foreign concept. But in terms of JLPT level in Chinese, I don't know how it's called. What would you say my level, like intermediate? If I had to be conservative, like if someone asked me what my conservative response is, I would say I would consider myself an intermediate, yeah. Maybe like first half intermediate, where I would be right now. It would be kind of my artwork right now too. So it'd be where my artwork is right now, whatever you consider this as. It's enough to create things and construct things, write things. So like, whatever that means, really. I wouldn't have any problems trying to describe things slowly with enough time and figure out how I would express things, and I think that's enough. So if I ended up talking to someone long enough, we would get to the point without necessarily having to go to a dictionary or something. And of course, we're talking about JLPT here, so that's largely about knowledge. It's about measuring knowledge and not necessarily feelings. JLPT does not, examinations do not necessarily tell you much about feelings, like execution, communication style, whatnot. Largely knowledge-based stuff, which I'm all for. Knowledge-based stuff is great. When I talk about like life skills and communication and whatnot, I typically that's the stuff that I typically focus on when it comes to like improvement and skill. Meaningful stuff to me. Like, do I like to use it? Do I have to think about it? That kind of thing. Like, how often do I enjoy using Japanese or talking about Japanese? And how much of an impact does it have in my normal lifestyle? Those are the things that give me an idea of where I am for myself. I think my level of artwork would not be sufficient if I don't think about artwork very often. Not necessarily exactly the output. You do so much different stuff. Have you tried coding? I have coded before. Yes. Actually, that was part of my career. I didn't branch out into any more coding, but at some point I needed to understand how Python works, Perl, MATLAB, and R. And then I had a few people who I'd met online and whatnot who started computer science courses and whatnot, and we had a fun time figuring out things or troubleshooting things in C. I only to apply like problem solving skills and whatnot. So whenever like this goober needs like a second opinion, like, oh hey, do you see any errors? I know enough syntax like behavioral stuff that is translatable between coding languages to ask questions, proper questions. Like, hey, do you think this looks weird? I don't think this is pointing to, because you still need to learn all the syntax between the coding things. I'm largely a Python user, so it's just Python. Here we go. Here's our prompt. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. Not too shabby. Now we're just gonna put in some color, and we'll have our hiking prompt. And let's see. I'm not sure if I'm going to do anything about the sky. I don't think I'm going to do anything about the sky. Not Pearl? Oh, yeah. I mean, Pearl, here's the thing about Pearl. One of my colleagues already did Pearl, so they kind of just told me how Pearl works. Nice job with the art yesterday. Yeah. What the heck does that mean? Lotus. I don't have either of those characters yet. Something D. What ends with D? No idea. Not enough context for me. Okay. This is gonna be our coloring prompt today. Yama, alright. I didn't really draw a mountain, but Yama, okay. I see the Yama. Well, what's the other character? It could have been anything. It could have been any read, because I don't know the other character. Nobody. Oh, mountain climbing. Interesting. Interesting. So is it actually read Yama nobody? Or does Yama have a different read when it's next to nobody? Yaman? Interesting. Mountain climbing. Alright. Well, we're hiking. The prompt is hiking, but this is what I got. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, Pearl. One of my colleagues used Pearl, and I learned Python as a complement. So they made a I don't know, kind of like a script, I suppose. They made a fairly complex script to like parse out specific data that a sequencer for a very specific experiment required, and then I basically kind of just scripted other things around it. Yeah. Do you know how to write Kodama? What is does Kodama have a kanji? Do you happen to know? That's our element today. I did end up reusing the red panda, but that's usually my mascot anyways. Like, I'm used to drawing red pandas in whichever position. Might as well draw a subject. I haven't done too much subject pieces. Kodama. These things. Kodama. Okay. Yeah, yesterday's piece worked out really well. Only it's like okay. I think yesterday's piece was really nice, but boy howdy. Did I tell you, Osaka Castle? Holy. Although near the end, I kind of understood it. So if I had to like draw it again in the future, if I have to draw buildings, I think I have a different way of going about drawing buildings, especially ornate buildings. And Great Wall is the same way. I think I have it doesn't look like it doesn't explain anything on canvas. Like I didn't explain, but I think I have a refinement of the way I can draw buildings. Like I didn't think of it that way at first. Usually I think of the scaffold. I think of the scaffold and I create like a scaffold around it and then fill in the details. However, I think the buildings, I need to approach it somewhat differently, and it will like reduce the amount of like time it takes me to like pay attention to all the individual ones. And also like the emblem, right? The passport emblem also gave me a few ideas as well. It turned out pretty well as long as you don't like zoom in. I played around with the sketchiness. So if you zoom in, you're like, what the heck happened here? Like, what is this? These aren't even shapes. Like, these aren't even anything. That's how I was getting away with it. I was using, I was filling in the blanks and picking up patterns, very specific patterns on the castle and the Great Wall, so I don't have to like fill in all the details. Obviously, I didn't get to coloring it because, what are you, insane? Alright, this time I am gonna get to color some of this, so we're gonna try to color some of this. Alright. Okay. Only a train is coming up when I search for... Only a train is coming up. Okay. When I search for Kodama. Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe they're proper names? Kodama are forest spirits. I figured maybe there's some sort of mysticism involved in Kodama. I'm pretty sure it's Kodama. So I figured there might be like some term with it. Alright, so let's just color block. I think we're gonna flow state this. We're totally gonna flow state this. And we're gonna lean on... We're gonna lean on like the mid... Maybe a bit of saturation. And then like on the more... Maybe a bit of saturation and more on the... More on the lighter side, whiter side of things. Okay. If you check Wikipedia, it shows... Oh, interesting. I see. Thanks for that. Yeah, interesting. If you search in English, it's the first result. Huh. Here's one funny one. If you guys want to see a funny behavior, because of Inktober, I searched up the word trek. Go to jisho.org and search up trek and tell me what your first hit is. The second kanji there, oh, spirit. Demon. Okay. Spirit, demon. I see. Oh, and I see key. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, Star Trek is the first hit. Star Trek is the first hit for Trek on G Show. That's why which one? This prompt, I decided not to go with Trek. I didn't want to use Trekkingu, Torekkingu either. So instead I went with traveling. You know, it can mean a lot of things, but the prompt was Trek. So I just went with Ryoko for this one. Let's see. Okay. So not quite white. Not quite. We're not gonna do this traditional. I'm not gonna do this like the way I typically do it. We're gonna do it a little bit more like a little bit more improvised. I want to be a little loose today. Stare into the eyes of, hopefully no one has like diphtheria or something, whatever it's called, trypophobia or something, tryptophobia, something like that. Hopefully no one has that. I understand how distressing soulless eyes may be. Bear with me. They'll become less soulless soon enough. Lessa panda. Lessa panda. Okay. Alright. Go with a bit more red shift. It'll all make sense in a bit. Oh, right. This is where the really soothing meditation part. If you guys don't like drawing per se, I think there's one activity I feel is worth revisiting to feel young again, and that's like picking up a coloring book or something. Picking up a great set of color pencils, right? And then pick up like a material that you're used to. I mean, it could be Japanese, like a Japanese book or something, where you're learning like prompts and whatnot, and then just coloring along the way. Or involved in coloring. I think there's quite a lot of catharsis to the whole coloring process. Like you have the structure, right? The line art that someone provided is providing you with structure, and then you can intuit the color to give you like a form of self-expression. Here, I'm basically doing that now. The line art is the conception part, right? It's the construction, like the sentence construction and whatnot. It can be tough, it can be exhausting. You can't do it constantly because it's really exhausting. But coloring, on the other hand, is a different story. It's kind of like the reward for conceptualizing and constructing the stuff finally. So that's kind of how I feel about the coloring part. And I feel there is a chance that others might find it quite soothing. I mean, kids know where it's at, man. You know? Don't you, as in anyone, do you remember the old days when you're a little kid and it's just someone gives you like a coloring book or color pencil and you're just going to town, you know? Actually, this haven't ever happened to me. So I'm actually talking about this from an adult state. I wasn't given coloring books. I was given math books. My parents bought me math books. Textbooks were my jam. I made stories out of like textbook and whatnot. Most of the time. Have you guys tried to fully read something in Japanese? I tried Yotsuba and it was pretty rough, but one of the best experiences I read graded readers, grade readers, like graded readers most of the time. That's about as much as I go. I like listening to Japanese, so most of the time I tend to listen to Japanese. Sometimes I try to read Japanese subtitles with the Japanese speech, see if it gets more and more comfortable as it goes along. Reading requires some time investment that I have not particularly invested yet. However, I do plan on playing video games with that. I tend to play text-rich video games. That's where I'm going, as opposed to picking up a novel or something. And to keep in mind, or like something that's worth keeping in mind, you cannot read books that are either translated for commercial use or books that are not in public domain when you're streaming. I spend a lot of my time cultivating recording sessions, so I wouldn't be, even if I were doing it, I wouldn't be able to do it in a collective interest kind of way. I cannot do that. However, Lotus reads stuff. He like reads news and all that. Lotus is far more advanced than I am. I don't think I have any aspirations to do so. However, I'll keep that in mind. Yotsu? Interesting. Can you tell me a little bit about Yotsuba? What color are we going with? I think we're gonna go with blue. Maybe we can add a little bit more to the shirt component. Be interesting. Oh, wrong color. Yeah, it's a little bit okay. Gonna look a little bit more interesting. Okay. Doesn't have to make sense. Doesn't have to make sense. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go with something blue. Okay. Oh, that might be a little too blue. Let's step it back a little here. It's a little too blue. Alright. Where are you in your Japanese learning journey? Boston? Sounds like you're past the point of SRS and all that stuff. It's a slice of life manga about a girl named Yotsu. Right, slice of life. Relatively easy to read, but still was a good source of knowledge. Very nice. My long-term, like my sort of immediate goal when it comes to reading stuff is Like a Dragon. So, largely, the bigger picture, the bigger project and stuff is Like a Dragon, which is also unceremoniously slice of life as well. Yeah, you throw in the drama and the Yakuza and whatnot, but a great big majority of the dialogue and the text and the audio involves slice of life topics. And there's a lot of them. I'm preparing because there's gonna be a new Like a Dragon game next February. I really thought I had an additional year, but here we are. New Like a Dragon game soon. Also, Metaphor, new IP from Atlas Group. Studio O or Studio Zero. Studio Zero started a new IP. The people who were involved in Persona. So those are my major move towards Persona Sega properties. Persona and Like a Dragon. I think we're gonna go with like that. Yeah. We're looking for like more of a fatigue, right? Like that. Yeah, that's a little better. I like it. Now I feel like I should have made the blue could have been a little bit more washed out. That's fine. I have played Persona. Well, I haven't played the recent Persona game. Back in the PlayStation 2 era, I was a Persona 3 fan, and I played Persona 4. I haven't played Persona 5 yet. And honestly, I didn't get a chance to touch the new Shin Megami Tensei remake / master kind of thing of 3. Shin Megami Tensei 3. And then now Metaphor is out soon. I think it's in 2 days. So plenty of slice of life-ish. Well, actually, Metaphor is not a slice of life. However, Persona is. So there's always revisiting Persona. I do have Persona the PlayStation Persona version. I forgot what it's called. And then there's the remastered, the reloaded Persona 3 Reloaded. So there's also that to look forward to. Also, I play a lot of deck builders. And what does deck builders have to do with that? Lots of times deck builders are localized to Japanese and Chinese because it's a major target audience. I mean, whoops, it goes without saying. I mean, I don't want to propagate stereotypes, but I absolutely love deck builders, puzzle games, sims, like simulations, micromanagement based building. Usually Japanese and Chinese market is a target audience for that kind of thing. Let's see. Not saying that other places don't enjoy that kind of thing. I just happen to line up with that. Yeah. I'll make this color. If we color block this, I don't think we need much more. I'll just touch, put some accent here and there, and then we'll be good to go. Because we're at 2 hours, I want to keep it a little bit lower. I don't want to spend more than 4 hours. However, I kind of want to get a little bit quicker. A little quicker. Okay. Yeah, lots of slice of life stuff in Persona games as well. Of course, there's also visual novel games, right? The complete library of visual novel games. I own Steins Gate. There's Steins Gate. I don't have Clannad. However, most of the time when it comes to like those like storytelling games, I usually gravitate towards the retro pixel type of games, like Rakuen. Rakuen, good example. I also have Omori. Omori. I haven't played Omori. I own it. You know, Steam user here. You collect a lot of things. Have a lot of stuff on the burner. We'll get to it when we get to it. No strong motivation. We'll get to it when we get to it. Hmm. Ah, what a lovely, what a way that color breathes life into things, you know? And it's all flat color, by the way. Most of this is being carried by the by the line art. Until we add a little bit of shadowing here and there. We'll make this pop. I think we're gonna go with the aggressive pop style kind of thing. What color is this going? We are building out our palette, our color palette. So that's always kind of nice, you know, building out our color palette. Let's see. We'll go with maybe something more washed out, right? Something like really kind of brown, but a bit more washed out. Maybe yellow? No. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think we're gonna make it one color, and we'll add the dimensions through shadowing and stuff. Good old effectiveness of color block. Usually, I do the line stuff at the end. However, this time I haven't. Ooh, all right. I don't want to take like maybe whoops. I don't want to take this color, but maybe like make it a little bit more vibrant. Or we can go like maybe like something like that. Yeah, that's fine. This is kind of more of a touch and go, so no real form here. Just dabble some green here and there. Make our plants a little friendlier. Breathe some life into our little planties. Ooh, I do see a glaring line. However, I'm not torn over it. I'm not torn over it. However, I think I know which layer this is. Just kidding, I don't. No. Third time's a charm. Okay. Alright. No one has to see that. I'll edit it out in post. Don't worry about it. Kidding. Kidding. We don't do editing here. What do you think I am? A content creator? Editing things out. That's for skilled content creators. They know how to edit things out. Alright, I guess like let's just hit the middle of the road and then we'll see what we do with it. Gonna have to fill out this rock formation. Ooh, actually, try to make it easier if I do this. See? Good old digital magic. Alright. Oh, so what am I going to do with you? I think we're gonna color match, right? Like this. And I think maybe like yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. I think. Yeah. Everything just looks the same for now. All right. Fine. It's fine. We got this. Everything will make sense soon enough. All right. Oh, it might get a little tricky getting depth properly. Although, because I've done so many landscapes this year, I've come I've come to appreciate certain digital shortcuts that I'm probably gonna use. Which is nice, you know, experience. Experience goes a long way. Lots of experience. Well, kidding, I don't have that much experience, but enough experience to change things up. Alright, where are we going with this? I highly encourage people, if you're like using SRS or like some sort of Anki or something, draw something. Draw a picture for your flashcards, you know? Maybe only for your like troubled ones, maybe. Maybe just for the ones that you have trouble with. Who knows? Might be cool. It becomes your own thing, you know? Draw like a big picture. You draw like a big picture with as many chock full of stuff, you know? Chock full of stuff. Like there's so many things in this picture. I still don't have the kanji for it. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, should I do like ambient lighting? Ooh. This might be an opportunity to do ambient lighting, like bounce lights and stuff. Because this scene has opportunities for like reflection and specular highlights. Or, you know, fancy words. Specular highlights. Okay. Alright. We're almost done with color blocking. I think it's crazier to watch a more experienced artists just block the whole thing. Like gigantic brushes and using shortcuts for masking and stuff. And I'm still doing it the Eel be careful way. Be amazing. Like full swipe zones and whatnot. Crazy cool. We'll slowly develop those skills with each passing year, you know. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. I did this the opposite. Did I? What was I thinking? Oh, it's more like this. Okay. Uh, I think I don't know what I was thinking up here. Maybe just all green. Go further in the distance. Like that. Okay. Okay. Oh. This could get a little... Hmm. Okay. Let's... Okay. I think I can do it this way. So... I'm gonna draw... some... lighting up. Yeah, we'll get that later. Right. Yes, I think we're just gonna go with whiting these guys out for now. Don't know how bright my scene is going to be. I could make these guys look like they're glowing or something. Dang it. I didn't lift my brush. It wouldn't have been that devastating. Red Panda is basically my cheat for the Chinese element. And then we can throw in like a bunch of anime references here and there if I run out of ideas. You know? We did hit a lot of landmarks already. Lots and lots of landmarks. I don't even know what tomorrow's prompt is. Hopefully it's something I can bank off. We already did fruit. We didn't do food yet though, like a food. I don't know if we're gonna have the opportunity to. Okay, I mean this looks fine. You know, it's kind of flat, but that's kind of like the charm of the thing, right? Technically, I think the quickest way I want to do this... Oh, you know what? I should put in a few more stones. Let's like frame out this thing. Actually, do I have room for a sky? Yeah, kind of. I don't know how I'm gonna do the sky yet. I am gonna put in a few more stones to like balance out the bottom corner here. Feels a little naked. So just look, there's a happy little stone. Let's draw a little more girthier one. Oh, look. That stone's pretty happy. Peeping up. Here's another peeping stone. Who would have thought? Peeping stones. Okay, alright. Happy little stones. We got more happy little stones. There's a reason I want these stones here. Sort of. Kind of. No, actually really no reason. Other than adding a little bit more. Yeah, that's a little better. Alright. And then... let's put some... How should I go about this? I think... Well, I do want to white out this because I want to... There's a reason why my canvas is like this off white color. It's largely so that I can use white in my in my composition. It kind of looks like paper. Oh. Yes. This can be slightly taken out of context, maybe. But, you know, once you hit the white, right? Once you hit the white and pure black, you can't really go back. It's kind of very difficult to go back. So I like to, and if you go full sat, like full saturated, you can't go back. It's, at least in my opinion, it's very difficult for me to go backwards. Like desaturate and white and black are technically, in my opinion, full saturation as well. So I don't make my canvas white or black. Before I used to though. I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool. Let's make the canvas black so it's like dark mode so I can, and then I'm like, oh, how do I do my line art then? Do I use a white pen? And then you encountered so many other problems like light sources and things that are actually white or maybe almost contestably white, like splashing water or running water. It's incredibly reflective. So what do you do? What do you do? I think we're just gonna be a little artful about that. We're gonna do a little bit of splashing white here and there, do a little over these rocks, and then we're gonna go in and ground everything because we're missing something, right? We're missing reflections, and that gets a little tricky. I might cheat and do like just wavy color, a slightly wavy color. all right. So what can we do? We're only doing 2 stage things. How much time do I have? Like 30 minutes to an hour. So let's do, okay. Let's start with the shirt, right? So we have this. Ooh, I get to use this marker. I like this. Let's use this tool this time. Rip. Wait. Oh. Oh, you know what? Since it's like, no, that doesn't do what I... It's kind of lighter. I want to use this tool, so... Ah, this is the good stuff right here. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah. I can bots. Oh, I can get behind this. Oh, yeah, I can definitely get behind this. I think I might have found my, marker variant. Oh, I think I found my marker shader. It's kind of like my pencil version too. Hmm. Uh, I might as well complete the thing, right? Um, yeah, so we're gonna go here. Cool. No, let's make the buttons. Nah. No, we're fine. Okay. The pantaloons. Sorry, had to cough. It's a little too aggressive. We're violating some directional lighting here, but that's okay. Okay. At least we're gonna move to something that is actually in the light. Okay. We're being as loosey-goosey as we can here. Okay. No, we'll do that later. Yeah, we're definitely going to blast this. Okay. Uh, so loosey goosey, super loosey goosey. Hmm. I was keeping these separate, but excellent. Went too far out. Okay. Okay. I think we're gonna probably pop these guys out. Okay. All right. Gotta go fast. Okay. Hmm. Okay. uh. Oops. Okay. All right. Okay. That's a little too low. That's fine. Okay. Oh, okay. Hmm. What was this? I think we were doing this, right? Okay. Oops. Okay. All right. So we completed. Or no. Well, let's place some really gnarly. Oops. Oh. Oh no. My brush is bugged out. Uh-oh. Okay. We're better. We're back. We're gonna do some intense directional stuff. We'll get it to pop a little bit more, you know? Do you like the pop? Nothing too crazy. Okay. Alright. That's pretty good. Looks good. Guy looks adorable. Alright, I think these guys are just gonna be flat, so coloring in the rest of the environment, I suppose. This one's kind of tricky. Okay. Alright. So it's gonna do really like quick and dirty. I only have to consider that the light source is coming from one direction. And then everything else would be... everything will look okay. As long as I keep it relatively in the same direction. Directional lighting is my crutch. Okay. And of course, I'm like kinda trying to separate if they overlap with each other. Most of these were drawn in a way that they didn't overlap with each other, so that's kind of nice. It does. It works on its own, since they don't overlap with each other. Gotta. Gotta touch one side, touch the other side. Fill it out, you know, fill it out. Where you think the light's gonna hit, where you... Okay. Alright. Now let's do below this. Actually, ooh. Ooh. Okay. How fancy are we going with this one? Probably... Oh, rip. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Eh, that's good enough. Um, okay. So now the dude is grounded. Ugh. All right. So now I gotta do the same thing for everything else. All right. Hmm. We're not gonna worry about the water right now. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Uh. Uh. Okay. All right. All right. Actually, too much. It's like meh, meh. Um. Hmm. Oh no. Where are these guys at? Oh no. What the? Oh, that's fine. It's gonna get covered. Okay. Well, we'll go back to those in a bit. Actually. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Go over here. Hmm. Kind of like a. So maybe. Boy howdy. Hmm. I think I have to add quite a lot of. I'll think about it. Hmm. Oof. Running out of time. Okay. Asked. Um. Um. Oh, go back around. Hmm. Well, you know, they're kind of, nah, well, they're kind, all right. They're actually spirits, so do they even cast shadows? Okay. Uh, we're getting there. Okay. No. Yeesh. Okay. We're gonna go with. We'll just do like a light, or like a light darkened. What is that? No, no, no. Where are you at? Um, why are you here? What, what is this? right. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. All right, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Kind of looks flat. Oh no. What happened? Oh. No. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Wait. What happened? Oh, did I? No, I'm pretty sure I did. Oh no. Something terrible happened. Something really terrible happened. Oh. We'll just color back the, yeah, right. Yeah, we'll just color back those guys. I might have accidentally slipped and placed the thing, moved the layers. It's fine. Yeah, I can't be bothered with this landscape. Why? Why did I decide to do a landscape? I don't like. Why? The alternative is to like break out the airbrush, right? Break out the airbrush and go to town and then call it a day. Why don't I do that? I have no idea. I don't know. You know? No idea. Then help. It's fine. It's fine, right? It's fine. I'm not triggered by my goof. Okay. Gonna do a few other things. Maybe I'll give it another 30 minutes. At 3:30. Okay. All right. Okay. So too much? Much. Okay. Let's see. We gotta do. Good. Oh. Mm-hmm. Um. Hmm. Uh. Oh. Oh no. Wait. No, no, no. I got this. What software is this? It's Krita. We're using Krita. Um, pretty big rush job near the end. We can touch up some other stuff like. Oh, how do I do that? Hmm. Oops. Maybe this here. We'll push it back a little. And maybe these things will push back a little. Push those back a little. Provide a little contrast. Okay. Is Duolingo like actually good? It's as good as the user. Mileage may vary. Mileage may vary. Okay, and I forgot about this part. There's certainly a glass ceiling. How is my experience? Well, I'm still using it. So, positive, I suppose. It's useful. It'd be very difficult to summarize over 3,000 hours of stuff. So, it's useful. Is there any particular question? Maybe something a little... Is there a particular thing you're interested in asking about Duolingo? Perhaps that I would be able to share some thoughts on? Maybe like describe something about your curiosity about it, what your exposure or understanding of Duolingo is, something like that. The word actually kind of gives away a little bit of some of that. Are you able to like converse with people? No, because from Duolingo, no, because you don't do any conversation with people. There's a specific question. I mean, we have conversations. I don't have trouble conversing with people regardless of the language, so you're probably asking Can I converse with people with the target language? The answer is technically yes, but not specific enough. The question is not specific enough. Where did I place you? Oh, wait. Uh... Alright. Where did we place this thing? Hold? I'm basically makeshifting my the effects because I'm too lazy to go and do the images. So let's do it this way. Like we're totally improvising now. Just to mirror some of the texture the quickest and most improvised way I can think of. Yeah. Good enough. Good enough. I was gonna go back and maybe add a few lines here and there. Or 19 minutes? Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Alright, that's fine. As long as they're in a particular direction, right? You can give the appearance. This is the difference. I'm using like different stroke patterns. One's like jagged, right? One's jagged to get like the rock kind of thing. And the other one is like curly-ish to get to separate the two. actually. Okay, it's a little bit more. It's a little bit more balanced. Okay. All right. Not too bad. Oh, you know what? I don't usually do this too often. Don't have time. All right. However, we're just gonna fill it out where we think there are going to be marks. Okay. What else can we do? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, and oops, wrong direction. Hmm. Okay. Uh. Nah, that's fine. Hey, all right, all right. That's good enough. We touched it up enough. All right, pretty good. All right. So what was the prompt? Hike. Dang it. We're gonna end up writing hiking. Uh, I think we're gonna end up writing hiking. Okay. All right. Actually, go to hike. Oh, no. That's hike as in a hike. Not that hike. Rejection to take a hike? Oh boy. Oh, to hike someone? Oh no. One's weak spot? Oh no. There's so many. Uh Dang. Um I think we're stuck with hiking. Yeah, I think we're stuck with hiking. All right, I'll make an we try to stay away, but we've kind of exhausted other implicit ways of saying like hike, traveling, discovery. There's all the basic ones, so I guess we'll stick with. All right. This is as good as of a place. Okay, let's break out our brush. Are you, I don't know, Boiler's still here, but are you interested in learning languages per se? My response varies from what Falson said. I disagree with Falson because it's a spectrum. Knowing that I've used more than one language on Duolingo, however, it is quite varied when it depends on your language. I imagine Falson might have something to do with talking about the Japanese course. I don't necessarily agree for other specific courses. It might be worse, it might be more. Depends on your poison. And then complementary things when it comes to core and whatnot. I don't think there's a singular tool that actually covers the whole spectrum. There are things that complement. It's not more of a substitution or displacement, but more of a complement approach. So it's part of all the tools available. I think that using the word basics and foundations is would be a disservice to what I think about the learning process. There are a lot of experienced people who lack foundations or basics. So I don't necessarily think using the word basics is very informative. Personal perspective. We're being really serious about language learning. Having a conversation about it. Hiking. Wait. Yeah. Oh, that's so spaced out. It's okay. Hence why I tend to emphasize you got to be more specific with questions. Otherwise, giving a general response like, "Oh yeah, let's hand wave," and yeah, a general response would be sufficient, but I don't necessarily think it's informative most of the time. Okay. Hike in Chinese. Do I know hike in Chinese? No, I do not. It's more like running and walking in the nature is probably a phrase I would use. Oh, wow. Holy, Google Translate has some additional languages. What the heck? Whoa. Must be with the Gemini update. Dang. Wait. Do they have Fujianese? Wait. I see some super rare ones. Do they have Fujianese? Fijian? Oh, come on. No Fujianese. No, there's no Fujianese. Right. There's Farsi. That's interesting. Oh, come on. There's so many. Look at these. Oh, what is Enko? N and Ko. What language is that? Fulani? Wait. How about Hokkien? Is Hokkien listed? No Hokkien. Okay, so no Chinese dialects. Interesting. There's some pretty fun ones in there though. Alright, let's see if Google Translate can help me out with listening like Yuan Zu Yuan Zu Yuan Zu Yuan Zu Yuan Zu Yuan Zu Zu Yuan Zu. No, that doesn't sound familiar. Although, does it make sense? It's Yuan Bar and Zu. Doesn't look like walk or climbing or something. There's excursion. What is... Oh, hike, excursion, picnic, sachet. Alright, I'm gonna need a second opinion here. What is a hike called? Trekking. A trek was one of the prompts. It was 2 prompts ago. Running out of ideas. How to say hike? Okay, we got a few choices. Oh, Yuanzu. Yuanzu. Yuan. Yeah, Yuanzu. 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 I'm gonna stick with Yuanzu. What is the other one? Tu bu 旅行. Oh, 徒步旅行. Oh, that makes that's more intuitive to me. You have walk and traveling. I don't actually know what to that character to. Interesting. And then there's Pashan. Oh, Pashan. Oh, that's more like mountain climbing though. Yeah, Pashan as in something mountain, like kind of like climbing up the mountain or like hiking up a mountain. I get it. Like, we got choices. Oh, okay. Somebody said they haven't ever seen Yuanzu. Interesting. Let's go look at a little bit more. Nothing like learning vocabulary while you're at it. I think it's less popular in Western countries. I'm not sure about it. Chinese people usually climb mountains with paved roads, stairs, or fences. Yeah. Rather than climbing mountains or going to other places without any facility. Yuanzu is a good translation. as king. While the word is not as frequently used in daily life as the English word hiking, because hiking is not popular in China. As a result, my friends in Canada always mix the term hiking in English in our conversation in Chinese. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Recreational. I don't know if it's an old meme at this point, but E.T. E.T. 爬香嘛. Wow, that's kind of dark actually. I would use, unfortunately I live in Shanghai where it's rather flat. Okay. Oh, most people, oh wow. There is split. Interesting. Paxiang? Okay. I'll go with Paxiang. Yuanzu. The recently issued Pimsleur Mandarin 5 teaches Yuanzu. 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 In regards to hike or hiking, I mean to walk for pleasure for an extended time. Okay. Chinese friends from uniformly say they never say Yuanzu. A few noted Yuanzu is used in writing. One from Taiwan would be okay. I asked them if they use the Yuanzu, and most struggled to give an answer, and some could not because they weren't a straightforward answer. I thought it might be to hear all the perspectives. Yeah. See, this is what I mean by the natural, native, the whole like native fallacy and native speaker, what's natural, what isn't, and whatnot. As the language begins to proliferate and expand, it's not necessarily that things are unnatural or natural. It's also a literal cultural difference. And in my opinion, I kind of see the attraction of yuanzu as opposed to paxiang, because if I said hiking, right, as a person from the United States, hiking doesn't necessarily mean going up a mountain. And lots of times it can be confusing per se, not for the sake of the execution of the language, but it can be confusing because there is no use for a term like that kind of thing. And that's kind of the whole like lost in translation kind of thingy mabob. Anyways, I think we're going is in honor of maybe I seem to recall asking and being told to use what? That's the only term you come across. Wait. 1 out of 1 person I asked said Yuanzu. She's from... Okay, well, she's actually... Yeah, see, these forums, these threads, it's like, I never heard this. They never say that. People always say this. And then, meanwhile, the thread is like 400 pages long of people contradicting each other. So clearly, everyone who said never and always are incorrect. Like saying absolute and or be all, these type of internet conversations, I tell you. Social normative. We'll go with Pashan. Pashan, which is basically what Lotus did earlier today too. He said mountain climbing in Japanese. What was it? Yama no something really. Wait. Hold. Yama no bari. Yama no bari. Or Yama nobody. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't heard the term before, so I don't know where I'm going off of. And hiking doesn't necessarily involve mountain climbing. So again, definition kind of thing. Okay. So that's kind of funny that Pimsler suggested that. Dung. Oh my gosh. Oh, I get it. Oh. Oh, that's what that character is. So to mountain climb is the common phrase. It's actually the same in Japanese. Yeah. The phrase that it's in the reverse order. So here's an interesting part. Maybe I'll do it for the sake of Lotus here. We'll do this in honor of Lotus, I suppose. Another learning lesson for me. So another way to say it is basically the reverse of the Japanese one. You know, I kind of feel like writing that instead. Nah, we'll only have to write it once. So interesting. Language is so interesting. Well, that didn't help much, did it? Yeah. Deng Shan. Let me see. To climb a mountain, yeah. Dun Shang, which is Yama Nobo no, Yama Noba nobody. Yama nobody in reverse. Like without drop the ri and reverse the characters. And you got Dun Shang, the mountain climb. Oh my gosh. And then we have Pa Xiang. Oh, I mean, here it is too. You know what? I'm gonna be a rebel. We're gonna learn those others again. So I'm gonna be a rebel. Let's do Yuan Zhu. After I talk to myself like 10 minutes about it. I think there's a story behind this. So I'm gonna be a rebel here. Much like the way I learned Japanese and Chinese. The more memorable, the more stories. Okay. Yuan. Whoops. See, here's my thought about this situation, right? So you say, oh yeah, how do I express? How do I, you know, people talk about, oh, if you're conversational, you're going to be able to express what you want to say. Well, here's one of the situations where I'm not too convinced that a native speaker, for example, that lacks experience with something would have the term for it, or would be reflexive of a term for it. Like, for example, if someone asked me, how do I say backflip in English, or I can't say something that I don't do, like say something that I don't do very often, but they do in their country, you know, like, I don't know. Say I don't know the word for like mountaineering or something. And the language certainly is capable of saying it, but the culture would not make it common. So whether you express the understanding of the language or not, when you say what you're trying to express as closely as possible, it doesn't necessarily mean you don't understand the language, but you don't understand the culture. So that is a different thing. And it's a culture clash because you're a foreigner. So like you would ask someone like, oh, where do you go hiking? And maybe they'll say like, well, what the heck is that? Oh, do you mean mountain climbing? Like, you might not actually mean mountain climbing. Like, although with that said, if you're in China and you're going hiking, I guess mountain climbing is the thing. So the question is, who's not expressing what, right? Anyways, I have a story about this. So maybe in the future, someone who comes up and say like, you do know no Chinese people ever say this, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. I knew. There's a difference between knowing with intent and not knowing without context. So we're gonna go with this. I think this is kind of a fun story to talk about in the future. I'm sure we'll encounter mountain climbing since Lotus already introduced it. It's the same two characters. It's such a coincidence. It'll be interesting, like hike. See, oh, you know what's another great thing about this lesson or this word search? It shows you, in my opinion, here's a great thing. This demonstrates a great contrast, in my opinion, between the Japanese writing system and like other things, like the Japanese language and the Chinese language, where hiking, right? When you have hiking, you're like, oh, but we have other ways to express, like mountain climbing and stuff. Hiking may involve them. However, if just so happens you're referring to the Americanized or Westernized, I don't know, essence of hiking, you could use katakana and say hiking, right? Which you can't do. You don't do it. Actually, wait. Hi. Well, you could say hi. Hike. Yeah, you could write hike though. Like in phonetics, you could use like the phonetic character. Hi, like hi is fine. You can use hi and then k. Hike, hike, which would communicate the same thing too. That's kind of not having katakana like a separate system for it. It's pretty neat. All right, maybe we'll see. Now I'm curious. Is Duolingo going to hiking, like going on a hike is already introduced in the Japanese course. It's a common activity, right, for traveling and whatnot. So I'm curious which they're probably gonna give all three, like 2 or 3 different ways to say hike, but I'm curious which one they're gonna pick. Are they gonna pick this one? Yanzu, yeah, zu, yeah, yuanzu, or like pashan. It's probably gonna be pashan, or dunshan. It's one of those, possibly. Don't want to anger the native speakers, right? Okay, here we are. Where are we gonna write our? Probably here. What's this prompt? Are we really Only 8 days in. Ooh. 8 days in. Not even... not even a third the way. Boy. I think it turned out pretty well. It's not bad. I do need to get rid of this little mark here. It's so distracting. Hold up. Okay. There we go. Not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Pretty cute, I think. Alright, let's save this. Okay. I wanted to end on like a thought. I like reflecting on I quite enjoy reflecting on stuff. Otherwise, I wouldn't choose to do something if I didn't want to reflect on something. In my opinion, it breathes meaning to things. Like oh. Excuse me. 8. Like. All right. We're good to go. Okay. Let's change gears here. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna be back tomorrow for another prompt. So we have 2 more prompt days, and then I gotta leave for 3 days for a wedding, and then somehow, some way, we gotta make up those 3 prompts when we come back. Probably could be like delegating different strategies to increasing the workflow temporarily. Okay. That said, let's get to language learning. Switching gears. Drawing and painting, drawing is so relaxing. Such a way to break up the day. Video games work too, you know. Video games work. All right, so I'm gonna get up, walk around a little bit, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 233. Konnichiwa. Minasan yokoso. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Okay, so we started new unit yesterday. Find out how well we remembered our new kanji characters. Yesterday, I think we have largely. Yeah. They only listed the new kanji character. Alright. Unit 57. Twofold. Whether we're describing as opposed to phenomenon. So ooh. Oh, it's so stacked. Hang on. I made it so tall. I can be better. Atsui. Atsui. What are you supposed to touch? Let's rewrite that again. It could be better. Samui. Samui. Oops. Ugh. Yeah, we'll just. Atatakai. Atatakai. Such a large cat. Yeah. Yeah. Suzushi. Suzushi. Semai. Hiroi. Kasa. What was it? Sasu. 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 Susumu. Susumu. Magaru. Kado. Kado. Masugu. Masugu. You can throw in a few directions. Hidari. Miki. That's auxiliary words, conditional words as well. Whoops. Tsuki. I. Shikashi. I think it was demo. Demo. Stroke order. Uru. Oriru. Oriru. And then we'll see if I can pick up any other things. I think there might be 2 things left out. Okay. Unit 56. What's Unit 56? Not common items. Relationships. Son of a bee sting. It's uncommon, right? Yeah. Water. Water, water, water. Right. Ripa. The heck is... Okay. Okay, straight lines. Yume. Yume. Okay. Dokshin. Dokshin. Gekon. Oh, no border. Decon. Decon. Wakareru. She knew. Oops. Nakunaru. Nakunaru. Yobo. Wakai. Akachan. Otona. Umareru. 男。男性。女。男の人。女の人。男の子。男の子。女の子。女の子。方。方。みんな。みんな。みんな。みんな。大勢。大勢。うん。彼女。彼氏。彼氏。彼氏。うん。Yeah, I think we're good. All right. I think we got everything, right? Yes. All good. All good. All right. So, 5 lessons. Let's get going.
夜は寒いです。
夜は寒いです。Oh, you know,
夜は寒いです。
we can add like 夜、今夜。夜、今夜。Other time of day. No. 朝の朝はありません。Okay. We'll keep track.寒い。
寒い。
Sorry, I had to cough.
今日は暖かいですか？今日は暖かいですか？
Okay. 今日は暖かいです。夜辛い。Okay. 夜は辛いです。
暗い。
暗い。Oh no. Not 辛い。Spicy. Yeah, 暗い。My bad.
です。
The night is spicy. Yeah, 夜は暗いです。暗い。Should throw that in too. So 暗い。暗い。軽い。No, 明るい。暗い and 明るい。 That's pretty good too. There is asa.
朝
So
朝
asa and yoru. Asa and yoru is paired up. That's okay.
今夜は雨が降ります。
There's konya.
今夜
Konya what?
今夜は雨が降ります。
Mega? Wait. Oh, ame ga furimasu. Furimashita.
今夜は雨が降ります。
Furimasu.
は
Yeah, we wrote furu. Furu with oriru. Konya wa ame ga furimasu.
降ります。
Samui. Interesting.
夜
Yoru wa samui desu.
はさです
The reason why I say this is interesting is that English is different. It's cold at night. Yoru wa samui desu. Yoru wa samui desu can be written differently. And it is cold at night.
昼間は寒くないです
What? Hiru wa...
昼間は寒くないです
Oh, hiruma. Yeah, that's another time of day. Yeah, sure. Or like another time. Yeah, like a time aspect.
昼間は寒くないです
Samuku nai desu.
は寒く
Samuku
な
nai
いです
So, right, samui e adjective to negate samuku nai desu.
暖かい寒い皆さん有名夜
東花お金夜
Dinjung. No, just kidding. Sorry. Toke.
時計
暖かい別れません寒い夜
若い
わ
今夜は雪が降ります。
今夜は雪が降ります。雪が降ります。今夜でも今日はでも今日は暖かくないです。暖かくないです。Or no. Yeah.
でも今日は
今日は
暖かく
暖かくないです。
ないです。寒いですね。
寒いですね。
スプーン色
病院今夜
銀行
銀行風風は強い。今夜今夜は風がno yeah 風が強いです。You can add 強い and 弱い。強い and 弱い is from the previous weather too. So we got a lot of pair ups.
今夜
今夜は 風が強いです。
強い
強いです。
です。
It's warm today. 今日は暖かいです。ですか ?Is it warm today?
今日
今日
は
は
暖かいですか？
今日は暖かいです。
今日は暖かです。
Alright. Simple. Holy. Alright. Well, we'll do that. We got 30 minutes. Wow, I wasn't expecting someone to complete the friends quest. That's the first time someone else completed the friends quest and not me. Alright. We'll complete this section then.
次、
What's up? We got time. What's次
棚、鏡、傘、次、魚、
傘、
傘、次、
傘、
傘、
傘、肉、次、窓、
Oh, 窓。
窓、
Oops. I thought of something else.
Eh.
I thought, I looked down.
次
次。
棚、次、
次。
窓、
窓。
傘、靴、
傘。
靴、
靴。
時々、
時々。
次、
次。
傘、
傘。帽子。No. カバン。
カバン、
狭い。
狭い。
Oh. Wait. Did I write semai
Semai.
incorrectly? No, I don't think so.
狭い
It would look weird if I
狭
didn't
い狭い
write this top stroke. Yeah, I think we're fine.
狭い
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 狭い。
狭い
狭い狭い狭い
Whoops. Stroke order. Whoops.
狭い
Incorrect stroke. I was heading for a die as opposed to my
あたた
暖かい。
暖かい。
暖かい
暖かい暖かい暖かい
暖かい
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 暖かい。
暖かい
暖かい暖かい暖かい
傘。傘。傘。
傘
傘。
傘傘
傘。
傘
Casa with 4 people underneath.
傘
Gives a new meaning to Mikasa Sukasa.
傘
Mikasa Mikasa Tengo Tengo Cuatro hombres?
傘
No, I forgot how to say people.
次
次
Tiki. Oops, wrong direction.
次次
次
次
次次
次次
Samui. Samui.
寒い
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 So comforting.
寒い
You know? So comforting.
寒い
Writing.
寒い
Therapeutic. Let's see.
暑い
Let's see.
暑い
My Atsui could be better. That's for sure.
暑い
It's a little too shifted. My last radical is a little too shifted to the right.
暑い
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 And my fourth stroke is a little too long.
暑い
Makes it a little too shifted. This one. Is that fourth? Fifth.
暑い
暑い暑い暑い
涼しい
Did I arrive at the end of the Japanese? No, no, not at the end. At the, like 10 minutes ago. Suzushi. Fashionably
Suzushi.
late. No, I'm just kidding. How are you doing, human?
涼しい
Suzushi. What are you up to?
涼しい
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 So,
涼しい
someone actually finished the friends quest for me,
涼しい
which is astonishingly. So,
涼しい
I'm just gonna complete the
Suzushi.
kanji, my backlog of kanji stuff. Yeah. I liked my prompt. I kind of leaned into my prompt today. Atatakai. Suzushi. You were reviewing some kanji on RTK. What does
暖かい
RTK stand for again?
Atatakai. 小さい冷たい
Oh, you know, we could add sumetai and nah, they don't really describe weather though.
楽しい涼
Suzushi.
暖かい
Remembering the kanji, the stuff with mnemonics. I see. Remembering the kanji. How is that? How does that work? Like, is that an app?
暖かい
Is it a like open source tool or something? I don't remember.
あたた
Atata. Ai.
かい
Suzushi.
暖かい
Atakai.
あた忙しい涼しい小さい 冷たい、暖か
かい、
涼しい
涼しい。
磯が
Ah!
磯がすしい
No, it's a book, but there's an unofficial associated website. Ooh, that's neat. Oh man, it's a book though. I have to start making a list of what I'm going to do next, right? So I need something that is kind of like I don't get like copyright struck. I'm like kind of making a list.
涼しい、
涼しい。あ、涼しい。
暖かい、小さい、明
明
るい、
るい。
新
しい。I haven't seen that in a while. Oh. That's awkward.
あたた
暖か
かい
You make stories, images in your head that involve the meaning and all the components of kanji are trying to remember. TBH, Duolingo is probably teaching you the kanji just fine. Yeah, but I like I enjoy hearing other people's like mnemonics. It inspires me for like drawing and whatnot. And also, if I don't come up with a mnemonic, right, I can only force myself to come up with as many mnemonics as possible. But it's kind of nice to engage in other people's mnemonics too. I like sharing, right? Sharing is caring. The anecdotes that I come up with when I try to connect with people largely comes from something outside myself. I share lots of other people's stories. I don't have a lot of relatable personality and stories of my own. Whenever I'm sharing, my stories tend to stick out because it's atypical, as opposed to typical. So it's kind of fun to think about what are other mnemonics that other places would use. The downside is, well, it defeats the sharing part if I can't share it.
新しい、
Tadashi. That's my favorite part, making commentary on other people's like creative stuff. I'm the commentary guy.
忙しい、
Fukashi.
暖かい、
Atatakai.
涼しい、
Suzushi.
冷たい。
Sumetai. You associated that with a modest proposal and you haven't forgotten the kanji sense? Ooh. Is that for like modesty? How is it associated? I'm not clear with that term yet. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this in Japanese. It's got a lot of uses in Chinese already. A modest proposal. That's cute. A model proposal is a satirical essay that advocated for eating babies. Yeah, I know what a modest proposal is, but I have no idea what that character is. Yeah, a modest proposal is a common essay for literature or like education literature. It's actually a poster child for satirical writing. It's a really common American English example of satire, or used for satire. Oh. To raise or bring up. Oh, a modest proposal. Oh, I see. What do you think of a modest proposal? You are actually one of the first people that brought it up before I did. I brought it up like 2 or 3 times before. However, most, let's just say most kids these days, when they go through English class, they don't remember those essays very often. I quite like Amada's proposal. It's not topical anymore, but it was topical when there wasn't like a downward trajectory of human population due to like resources and climate change. But now, you think it's hilarious? You like how it plays it straight? Yeah. It was certainly ahead of its time, that's for sure. Right? It's certainly ahead of its time. Have you seen the movie Okja? Okja, it's a Korean movie. It was funded by Netflix. Okja. Or did you see Cloud Atlas? The movie Cloud Atlas, and specifically the Neo Tokyo branch of Cloud Atlas. There's a modest proposal reference in both of them. Although the other one, Okja, is closer to more like what if animals are highly intelligent and engineered. You haven't seen too many Korean movies? Yeah, Okja was a Western production, but it was in Korean. It was it's the theme is about consuming intelligent life form, right? So Okja took the more literal approach, and then Cloud Atlas is a pan time period, really excessively long indie, extremely expensive indie film, featuring a lot of great talents, and it's like a universe extending one, and one of the threads of fate in it deals with something that plays on Amada's proposal. At least in my opinion, it reminded me of Amada's proposal. Pretty neat. It kind of pulled like a Black Mirror thing.
Kyoto.
Kyoto. Where are we going with Kyoto? Oh, Suzushi.
Suzushi.
Yeah, that's how I remembered it, by the way.
Suzu.
Duolingo calls me out all the time.
Shi.
Yesterday's new vocabulary was Suzushi, and I stopped like routinely saying out loud what I used to associate, because I expect that Duolingo is going to do it. Yeah, Suzushi and Kyoto. Kyoto is how I remember Suzushi. Temporarily.
Tokyo.
And you can use Tokyo as well if you wanted.
Tokyo.
Suzushi.
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 Tokyo. 4時 忙しい7000涼しい
東京
Whoops.
東
入り口涼しい10枚京都楽しい東京京都8歳涼しい新しい時間
涼しい
鈴 Alright. Okay.
わ
Oh! We're not gonna talk about that. I clicked on the first thing. Semi.
狭い
Sometimes I do that.
狭い
I don't want to talk about it.
狭い
狭い
It reminds me of like
狭い
playing a video game and you're like
Semai.
a DPS player, see something, shoot something.
狭い
Click on the first thing you see.
狭い
Not that I'm a DPS
狭い
player, but it kind of reminds me of that. Shoot,
狭い
shoot first, ask later. Choose first, ask later.
せ
Okay. Casa.
傘
傘
Kasa.
You've been using the wrong stroke order for the radical, the hand radical. Oh, interesting. This hand radical, or do you mean, yeah, this hand radical? Oh, in Neko. Oh, this radical. Oh. Probably this one, right? Because it kind of looks like... It does kind of look like hand.
傘
That's that. I totally get those too. Every
傘
once in a while.
傘
It's like, oh, yeah, that's okay. It's a quick fix.
傘
You know, it's a quick fix. Especially when someone is like writing very often. It's a quick fix. It's hard to forget if you do a lot of writing. You know, the one change, hard to forget.
次
Yeah. Yeah.
次
次
It's one of those things, like for example, I don't know if you do this mentally, or are aware how this impacts you. When everything is new, things get confusing, right? With practice, though, it creates a consistency that allows you to contrast between what is out of place. So even when all the concepts are novel, if you practice those concepts, whenever a mistake comes up, it becomes more like vivid. So even if you had like 1,000 kanji that you're working on, right? Provided you have built up a foundation of consistency, like say an 80% ratio in which you practice, right? That even a higher consistency creates something that quote unquote is hard to remember maybe, or could potentially be confusing. That consistency ends up making the thing that sticks out less confusing. So oftentimes when I think of like stroke order, when people say, oh, what if you build a bad habit? Then it would be hard to break. Like, well, not necessarily. It's hard to break if you had a bad habit that's not reinforced by practicing good habits, in my opinion. So for writing, for example, if you do just enough writing to learn things, then you haven't entered practice mode, which builds consistency but not learning. And that built consistency, well, how does output? A lot of people underplay output, which I kind of understand that. However, with sufficient output, sometimes that can alleviate and support learning. So that's the whole idea, like good foundations, right? If something's built on a quote unquote good foundation, more like I think the word I would probably use is a consistent foundation, because the foundation could be erroneous. That's perfectly fine. Like, it's still technically consistent. So a consistent foundation, whichever it may be, creates contrast for any incoming information. And that's kind of how I approach. That's like my summary of one of the major tenets, at least in my opinion, the major tenets that I reinforce when it comes to things like this, or science, like learning science. The more consistent your foundation is, whether it's erroneous or not, later down the road when you're making a mistake, because of your grand consistency, it's quite very, quote unquote, easier to pick out when when that mistake may occur again, and self-correct, and it like gets nailed down really hard. Think of it, in my opinion, like a board, right? You have lots of nails on the board. You could have lots of nails popping up and their individual mistakes. The board itself still exists, but if there are many nails up, then you don't know which nail is concordant with the mistake you're making. However, if most of the nails are down and it's just one nail you discovered, easily hammered down. It's kind of one of those things. That's not the greatest analogy, but that's kind of what I'm trying to illustrate. This is one of the approaches. It doesn't have to be. Others do the blasting thing. That's fine too. Or people want to do like get it right the first time so you don't have to relearn approach. I mean, that's fair if you can pull it off. I don't. There's also like later on when you have a board, right? Sometimes the nail, after using it for so long, some of the nail can pop back up. However, because you have a consistency, these errors that drift and stuff can get hammered down pretty quickly again. So consistency and foundation. It's really fantastic. And consistency and foundation, in my opinion, is nearly contributed more than 50% by output, in my opinion, not input. The effect that I'm talking about is purely on how output interacts with input, as opposed to like taking in more and more input. Well, if you take more and more input, it's difficult to know if you have a nail sticking out or a gap in your knowledge, because when you're doing input, you're assuring yourself that everything is okay. You're not outputting anything to know if there's anything that is missing, right? So the whole like input only thing, I get it. In my opinion though, the truth is you're outputting something in order to know you're going in the right direction. It doesn't have to be a literal output. You're not like literally writing or literally speaking, but you're recalling. Recalling is understated. Rarely do I see when people say, oh, all input all the time. No, you make decisions based on your recall. Unless you're not actively participating in your input, then you're not actively recalling. So what happens when it looks like you don't actively recall in your head while doing input? Immersion, baby. Like myself. I don't know how to read Mandarin, even though I'm staring at Mandarin most of the time of my life. Really early on, I didn't get it, right? Because I'm not recalling anything that I saw. So I think the whole like all input all the time kind of thing is an incredibly big misleading generalization. And I appreciate people who are consistently finding ways to balance between using output as a read for their input. I think it involves a general learning process and a growth skill that is absent a lot of times, or underdeveloped in the age of internet information. If someone tells you what the right thing is and you know that they're right, then you have no basis for evaluating your own input and output. Like, you don't need to do it. If someone always tells you the right thing, you don't ever have to self-check yourself, right? And because of that non-practice, the lack of output, like paradoxically or inception-wise, right? you don't practice self-evaluation. There's no output. And language learning might work for someone who already understands that. In my opinion, it doesn't necessarily work ideally if it's someone who doesn't even have output monitoring skills. So oftentimes when people are talking about methods for secondary language acquisition, they're also insisting that that person understands how to evaluate themselves. Because one of the tenets of a lot of the methods is an accurate measure of one's own competence in order to understand how to challenge oneself, right? You go to the gym, how much weight do you weigh? Are you gonna lift? Well, if you don't know anything, you start somewhere and then you build from there. You hope that that person develops self-correcting skills through output, which then feed back to their input. However, if that never happens, then you might have someone who ends up regularly injuring themselves, plateauing or stagnating, and generally overall probably pushed to quit. Right? That's a tough reality. Tough reality.
次
次
次
I like to think that it's hard to get through childhood, right? It's hard to get through childhood not being able to do any of that. So I'm not like, we're not saying that people have no form of self-evaluation. I like to encourage people though, like as a not like a negative thing. It's like, oh, you're glad you caught it kind of thing. At least that's what I'm trying to, in a long story short, it's glad that you're able to catch it, right? Imagine doing that and trusting the process for like 5 years. Go to Japan, no, everyone's polite, they don't tell you anything about that because they're being polite, and then realizing one day, like 30 years down the line or something, it could be a funny story. I don't know. Yeah. If you get used to correcting yourself because you like to output with incomplete knowledge, right? You like to learn and output at the same time, then it usually becomes a fun activity as opposed to a negative activity. I like solving problems and mistakes that I make. It's something that is, I dare say, I might rub people the wrong way. Like, there's a difference between learning from your mistakes and having the capacity to learn from your mistakes. So what I mean is, sometimes people say, oh, let me make my mistakes because that is a great way to learn. It's a great way to learn if you're able to learn from your mistakes, able to see it, use it, and normalize it, right? And also, it's very important that you can build consistency in order to inform your mistakes. Otherwise, you enter, in my opinion, you enter that situation where some people have insecurities about, which is to develop a bad habit. That habit where, oh, what happens if you make the mistake so often you can't correct it anymore? Well, generally, in my opinion, that comes from someone who rarely wants to make mistakes or have made mistakes and learned and used that as a way to rectify the mistake. So someone who fears making a mistake is someone who doesn't normalize the idea that learning involves mistakes. So for those people, they can perfectly be fine. They can, do things perfectly to make them satisfied. However, whenever they make a mistake, it's like the world ended. Or like it's like a shock to their pride, or it's uncomfortable, it's a negative feedback. When I make a mistake, easily rectified. It's so common, it's regular. The fun, it's actually probably one of the more fun aspects of learning. If I make a mistake, How do I solve it? Like, how do I come up with a new way to not make that mistake again? Someone asked me earlier today, why draw once a month? Why draw once a month instead of once a week for the entire year? And my thought was, well, I draw consistent enough in order for me to use that as a point of reference for everything else. So output practice is not, I'm not saying you have to output your entire life. You output sufficiently enough to understand and appreciate where you are, and that competence is what you build on. That competence and consistency, what you build on. Output practice is what has helped you the most when it comes to speaking, at least, and pronunciation. Fair enough. Me too. Like, and what I mean is pronunciation, and not in the same pronunciation of sufficient pronunciation, like wanting to say Japanese words and all that. Obviously, if you're doing the whole like perfect pitch accent, that kind of thing, that's fair too. That takes away from the whole idea of outputting in general, because I do feel when someone is overtly concerned about certain things that is part of the learning process, you end up not speaking at all or doing any output practice, which I feel that a ton of people who ask me, oh, can you converse yet? I'm like, what do you mean, can I converse yet? I talk about Japanese all the time. It's like, well, only in Japanese. It's like, well, I can't express everything in Japanese right now, so I wouldn't speak all in Japanese. And that, to me, is the difference in the trivialities of someone who only speaks when they're competent enough to express everything, because they don't have output practice at all in mind, to someone who outputs regardless of their competence because they're using it as a feedback for their input. My pronunciation informs me things. My struggles and whatnot informs me things. And I can try to do both as much as I can, right? Not for everyone. Some people don't have time. Some people don't have patience. Fair enough. You know, I'm offering an alternative. I see mistakes as learning opportunities. It's a very telling, the mistakes that I make, and it allows me to evaluate for future. Not the same as making the mistake and not learning from it. I think lots of people like the idea of learning from their mistakes. However, I beg to differ that they learn from the mistakes. When one learns from the mistakes, they approach it to correct the mistake, right? To actively solve the mistake. When you say, oh, I'll just study harder next time, or, oh, I will put in even more practice of the same way that I've done, and then they go on to make that mistake again. That is not output practice. That is informing problem solving. It's let's brute force it. Old hat, in my opinion. So if you can't remember something, go make a new mnemonic. If you can't remember something, explain why you can't this time, and then explain why to yourself you can't the next time. I like to hope that it's going to be a different answer. You can still make the same mistake, but not in the same way. And understanding how you make mistakes in different ways is growth. It's amazing growth. You know, for many occasions. So I often am a person who likes to emphasize output practice when you have time. I think a lot of times I need to put that asterisk, because people skip output practice due to efficiency argument, and I totally concede that. it does lower your input efficiency. When whatever else you do lowers input efficiency. So you have to ask yourself, what quality of life do you have if you're input only, right? I certainly wouldn't get the same adventure and tangential, like I prefer adulterating my input efficiency with output. Largely because of the whole consistency thing. You don't know if you're consistently doing something if you haven't output anything. It's one of the biggest deep cuts is that recall is not consistent for a majority of people. I would even argue, okay, not greater than 50%. That's kind of a tall order. I'm gonna say it's more like, if I wanted to make a conservative estimate, I think 30%. Sorry, the other way. Less than 30%, but that's a very significant, of language learners do not participate in active recall that is consistent. In active recall in a manner that is consistent, growing in complexity, or growing in efficiency, complexity, and utility. So if you're sticking and you're saying your recall is, you start off in language learning, your recall is, oh, I remember what the card looks like. Oh, okay, this word sounds like this. That's a great start. That creates consistency with a foundation. Now, how do you recall better? I'm not saying overnight. These things takes years or months, you know, at least months. I think over the course of 7 months for me, I've introduced 3 new habits from my start. When I started, it's exactly what Duolingo provides or prescribes. That's how it starts. And then slowly test, refine your way of active recall. I think active recall is the lowest. It's the most, I'm not going to use the lowest, and I don't use like the, I think it's the likely, intuitive, and most commonly used, perhaps like largely used step for output practice. Like this is output practice right here. You are taking an input and you are practicing to build a consistent output association. This output for a lot of people, at least especially Japanese, I would say, is eyes only. So how do you improve your recall? Speak, write, draw, construct. You know, there are and all of these can be subdivided into different components until it becomes like breathing and speaking English or speaking your native language. Your active recall is going to remain a compartmentalized active recall. And in my opinion, with all this said, is easier now understanding all these factors. That's how I measure fluency. In my opinion, this is how I can tell someone at some point my fluency is going up. It's not a 0 and a 1, like one day I'm going to be fluent and one day I'm not. It's the extent of how active recall is being developed. So if you're not developing progressively to speak, to write, it makes sense, right? Like I'm not making like this is a repackaging of things. when you engage in the most activities possible while you're doing recall and it becomes a daily activity, doesn't that look like fluency, right? You write because you want to write, you speak because you want to speak. So as these little different areas of recall gets bolstered over time because you're doing output practice, your fluency goes up. Fluency is not a 0 and 1. I would say my fluency is about 40% right now. I think almost half of the time, I have no problems thinking and writing something in Japanese. Right? So, not how much you know, right? Not how much input you know. How comfortable you are in retrieving what you have. You personally have a very hard time learning new words that have kanji you can't write. Me too, actually. I would have to say it's a double edge, right? So there are patterns and habits that you develop. So now you know what you want to do, right? So you have like an element of what's under practice and whatnot. It is possible to like train, right? You can practice forcing yourself not to write something and then develop a new recall for it. That is going to deviate away from the power of writing. So that kind of thing. It is possible. It is possible. And I try to do it, I mix it up every once in a while. One day I like to write. One day I like to speak. One day I like to construct. Like construct is like a combination of these two. So oftentimes, if there was something as a meta level of writing and speaking is to construct, right? So it is possible to like kind of tailor and focus on them. It's not necessary. I don't think it's necessary. Whatever helps sufficiently sustainable to promote recall actively is probably your key for pretty much anything, honestly. Like anything knowledge based. Funnily enough, output versus input methods is a major debate in the science of language learning right now. It is, yeah. That I gathered that at least that, like topically, without understanding too much of, like, I don't know, like I didn't read their thesis and all the, I read talking points on most of them. And I imagine output and input. I don't think necessarily, not even in the field of language learning, like pedagogics, right? Pedagogics, pedagogics, like education, I can't even spell it, pedagogics. Education, foundations of education is often dealing with this question since ever. And I'm very, very much into it. I like it. I like the discussions of it. Not to necessarily promote a gold standard, more so to acquire as many methods, output, input methods, in order to adjust to learning situations. Maybe there's going to be something that I don't need to write to learn things. For now, though, at least for language learning, writing is definitely a must. Hearing myself speak is very helpful too. When I was younger, to read like grammar stuff, like in English and stuff, the first thing I discovered for myself is reading out loud. And that came much, much later. Like when I was 17 or 18. Before then, it wasn't about reading out loud, which I do now, right? I'm obviously reading these things out loud, self-dialogue, Self-dialogue involves a construction process with hearing. I don't write self-dialogue to myself too much anymore. That's in the form of journaling. However, I worked in science, right? So journaling is a thing, right? That's called a lab notebook. So like note-taking, lab notebook. So you can reiterate on yourself on having construction. So you can force yourself to construct on a daily basis. And construction can integrate writing and speaking whenever you want. So that's one of the things where if you feel like you're a little too dependent, if you feel like it's negative, like you feel like you're strongly dependent on one form of output, construction can kind of like balance that out. Sometimes when you construct, oftentimes it ends up tackling speech and writing as a way of encoding information. So like, for example, here's one. I used to record, like I write notes in my lab notebook. If I didn't write in my lab notebook, I would forget the details quicker. So before, when I'm writing notes, I also read notes, my lab notebooks, to see if it's like sounds good or whatnot, and I do both. So I less and less, my frequency in looking at my lab notebook become less and less. And then in the future, as I was getting like further and further away from my lab, doing lab notebook, I output practice in order to encode. And this became a plan B. So the lab specific book stuff becomes a plan B. So what happens when plan B happens is that my lab notebook then became shorthand in order to compress information. So now a lot of the stuff ends up being up here, and all the shorthand is to compress specific details. So then you can negotiate what is foundational or interpretive to the details of the lab notebook. So then my lab notebook became a whole list. It becomes a cookbook instead, where the cookbook doesn't have necessarily the implicit instructions. It's shorthand instructions with all the nitty-gritty details, which I don't spend time, because I don't want to disproportionately spend a time looking at numbers that may not contextually be efficient in interpreting. Like, you're not interpreting a number. Like, for example, oh, today I use 1.21 grams instead of 1.203 grams. I can check what the variation is and then use significant figures to say I used approximately 1.2 grams, right? So that kind of thing. And I do that already with my mnemonics. I do that with my mnemonics for language. So the mnemonics then get shorthanded over and over again because they're becoming more elaborate. So as my mnemonics get bigger and bigger, right, they will start encompassing, instead of units, we're thinking about sections in Duolingo speak. And then sections could become games. Games could become novels. And what happens then is I have to develop more and more shorthand and an ability to become more and more efficient in my recall. So I'm building up my recall as I'm going. And the foundation really came from, well, how do you keep a good lab notebook? Now I start thinking all the way back to when even when I was younger, it's like, what's the point of keeping a lab notebook if you remember all the information anyways, right? It teaches a different skill, at least in my opinion. So if I was going to have to write a lab notebook anyways, I'd at least develop more skills. And, you know, I'm getting older. It's kind of hard to not write things down. So you get these adults who go through relying solely on their their tried and true method of recall, and discover much later in adulthood the output and input method question. In my opinion, it's not output versus input method. It's both. It's output and input methods. If you have time and the luxury, it's output and input methods. So it's a more holistic approach, and you refine your output and input methods that best suits your sustainability. A fight for efficiency and exclusivity is, in my opinion, so anti-objective. Is so weird. Like, what I mean is, when you're evaluating, like, you do an experiment, you create a methodology, and your methodology only addresses one theory as opposed to looking at all the intersecting theories and methods. That's weird. So if there's a scholarly proponent out there who's making an incredibly bold claim, I hope that they're right or something like that, because in my opinion, it is so bold for any intellectual individual, especially in the sciences or in the act of discovering things and education and whatnot, to say something like, oh, it's output versus input. It's how much output, how much input, what is the combination that results in a desirable consistent effect that passes an arbitrary threshold that they desire. Maybe it's 95% confidence interval, etc. It's rarely ever 0 or 1. Is how can I negotiate all of these things and come out? I think it's incredibly foolish and unlikely to see a very well-educated colleague who suggests, oh, it's all or none. It's crazy to even think that. Some of the most established dogma of scientific objective evaluation still does not caress an all or none thing. It's rarely ever all or none. So the whole apples versus oranges comparison is kind of weird to me. And it's very prevalent online, right? Online, that's kind of how debates go. It's not a control experiment saying what is a great methodology for testing input and output efficiency. Have one input method, add an output method, and subtract the output method. You got to know what the interactions between output and input is right now, right? Output versus input, that's kind of weird, because then you'll only be testing input methods against output method. I know that's not what they're probably doing. They're probably saying which one's more efficient, that kind of thing. However, if their experiments are viewed that way, then they're comparing apples and oranges. You're comparing output methods with input methods, as opposed to holding outputs consistent plus or minus input, holding input consistent plus or minus output, right? There's got to be some relatives and whatnot. So hopefully that's what they're doing. I don't really know how they measure that stuff. It's weird. Español? Un poco español. Not the greatest. Hablo inglés? Hablas inglés? Hello there, though. Okay. Just Spanish? Solamente español? I only have like a little bit. A little bit, Pablo. Just a little bit. You can use Japanese if you're learning Japanese. We'll try with Japanese. Hablas japonés? Japonés, maybe? Semai. Okay.
狭い。暑い。
暑い。
Semai. Okay.
狭い。汚い。安い。暑い。早い。
暑い。狭い。
暑い。暑い。
Okay.
狭い。
青い。
青い。暑い。高い。若い。
若い。
狭い。
狭い。
せい。
弱い。
弱い。
低い。
低い。狭い。暑い。黒い。
暑い。
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 白い。
白い。
狭い。
狭い。
青い。
青い。汚い。That was short-lived when it comes to Spanish, I suppose.
察し
Maybe
ま
in
し
the
た。
future. Maybe in the future I'll circumvent the whole Spanish thing.
察しました。
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 傘を差していいですか？
傘を差して、
差
差し
して
ていいですか？
いいですか？
察しません。
差しません。
あたた、察し、
しかし、今日は暖かくないです。
しかし、
今日
今日
は
は暖かい、暖かくないです。
暖かく
暖かく
な
ないい
で。
ですす。
しかし、今日は暖かくないです。
Okay. 朝。
傘、
でも、今日は暑いです。
でも、今日は暑いです。
でも、今日は
暑いです。
暑いです。
差しません。
察しません。
Yes. Yeah. しかし、しかし、今日は暖かくないです。暖かくないです。しかし、
しかし、は、
あ
今日は、暖かくない
で
です。
傘を差しませんでした。
傘を差しませんでした。
傘
を差しませんでした。
差しませんでした。傘を差
さしてください。
傘
傘を
さしてください。
北
スープ、
誕生日
傘、夜。
Where are you at? Like, how's it going at your end, human? By the way, in terms of your Japanese stuff, are you able, like, have you been finding fun ways to like go about your regular day, being able to add particular output practice here and there, like finding clever and new ways of making it a regular part of your daily routine, human? Like what have you been doing lately as a recent? 刺します。
傘、暖かい、寒い、夜。
I forgot to make a disclaimer. Sometimes, though, overcomplicating things is a problem. It is a double edge. I understand. Having too much output practice is most definitely something that, you know, too much of most things is definitely can foster complacency as well. I think one of the downsides of SRS is potentially too much output practice when people are not changing up the way they output. They're not refining their output. So that can very well be a problem too. So, you know, both input and output methods are have refinement and consistent engagement concerns. You're reading whole volumes of manga and I sometimes find a native speaker to speak to? Oh, well, yeah, well, there you go. Although I'm a bit slow when it comes to speaking. Nah, that sounds fantastic. Why even study anymore? No, I'm kidding. Do you plan on... So I imagine then you basically read manga as a lifestyle hobby, right? And that's already sustainable, so it sounds like you're pretty much there. Do you ever, are you planning to aim for more? Like, what are you gonna go beyond whole volumes of manga? Do you ever want to like write a manga maybe? Or I imagine you already like talk about the manga to your native speakers. You read manga because I can't read full novels in Japanese yet? Oh, novels. Okay. That's kind of nice to have like something a little bit far down the road. Excellent. Yeah, hands down. You've always been a better writer than an artist. Oh, well, human being. You could collaborate with an artist. What was a dynamic duo that I can think of? I think one dynamic duo that I can think of is the people who did Bakuman. I think it's a two-party effort. One is the writer and one is the... it's kind of autobiographical actually. In a way, because the show is also about a writer and an artist. I only watched 3 seasons. I'm not sure if that kept going, but Bakuman was a oh, is that... Wait, is this Osamu Dazai. Osamu Dazai. Dazai. Oh, the novelist? Yeah, you mentioned that. Wait, are you the one that mentioned the thing and then... Yes, we already had this conversation, didn't we? Yeah, you mentioned this guy before. Yeah. Well, hopefully you get an opportunity to read a novel by that person.
今日は暑いですね。
今日は暑いですね。I want to engage, like one of the things that I would love to do is have enough confidence to engage in multilingual stuff. So I think overall when I reach that state, I'm probably gonna vibe the rest of it for the rest of my life. The multilingual state. that involves like, hey yo, this video game's in English, Japanese, and Chinese. I can enjoy it 3 times over with 3 different contexts. I think that's sufficient for me, and not in like a comprehensive way. Largely to engage. It triples my exposure to something. I do it for the perspective, as opposed to so like I don't necessarily think reading a translation of something is lesser than reading the source in its own. However, I would love to have a luxury of doing both, or to some extent more than one. Much like it's not about output versus input, but it's output and input. I'm a greedy person when it comes to intellectual enrichment. I'll take as much as I'm offered, as opposed to the expend the least and getting the biggest bang for my buck kind of thing. I think any is good for something voluntary. 今日は暑いですね。
暖かい傘差します。寒い
差しました。しかし今日は寒いです。Yes.
しかし
今日は寒いです。
です。
暑いですね。暑いですね。暑い。
です。
あ、
ですね。
I clearly missed. 可以。No, I'm just kidding. 傘を差して、Can you put up my umbrella? Oh. 傘を差していいですか？
傘を差していいか。
Alright.
進みません。
進みません。
風は涼しいですか？
Okay.
風は涼しいですか？風は
涼しいですか？
涼ですか？
狭い。
I don't want to talk about it. 進みません。すみません。
進みません。進みます。進み
ます。Okay. 狭い。
狭い。
この道は狭いです。
この道は
狭いです。
狭いです。
Oh, I forgot about culture, socha, acha, and docha, which they're going to go over. That's something I forgot.
次。
次。Have you tried the phone version of Duo? I have tried the phone version of Duo. And it's superior. its feature set is superior. And what I mean by superior is, objectively speaking, it basically have features that the desktop version does not have. Like, full stop, nothing is different outside of additional features, which is kind of nice. The first time I used mobile was when I went to Otakon about a month ago. So I used the mobile then, and then a little bit sparingly afterwards to get like stuff, but almost exclusively on desktop. I used the mobile to look at features that are available on mobile. Like I used it on my own time to look at what is the difference. So I used it then. I like their rotating like events. There are quite a lot of things that the desktop is sufficient though. Like the material, the content itself does not change. How you engage with the content though, yes, I think Duolingo has quite a lot. Like for example, the Chinese course, I'm not sure if the Japanese, my phone version does not have it. I have an Android, by the way. Also, by the way, Duo is they prioritize iPhone rollouts before Android. One of the features, I think it's iPhone only at the moment, is speech recognition for Japanese. However, the Chinese one has speech recognition. The desktop version has neither. Neither has speech recognition. To me, that's cool. It's another feature set to correct yourself and whatnot, or like output, or seeing how far you can push it. However, it doesn't change what I'm doing. So there are a lots of feature sets to introduce more output practice or output feedback. However, I don't necessarily think I need to use the mobile version. If they roll it out to the desktop version, that's fantastic. It doesn't necessarily dramatically change how I process my own. So less is, you know, it's kind of one of those things, like I understand what's missing, so I'll do then the best I can, right? It is super neat though. The Japanese version actually has a rollout for voice recognition. I specifically think it's an iPhone thing though. So if you have an iPhone, you can see how sensitive it is. The Chinese course, I like speaking to the Chinese course. So when I had like Super and stuff, I almost exclusively just use the mic because it's a lot of fun. Not that it changes anything, because I still output regardless. And I actually say the things that I already say. And I didn't encounter a problem. Expect on the Chinese side of things. It's actually faster to hit the mic and well actually, okay. It's slower because it takes the mic, the voice recognition system, some time to register your answers. It takes less reading. So whenever I need to close my eyes because my eyes are bleeding out of my head because I've had a long day, I'll use to speak. That's so convenient. And then when you don't want to speak and you don't want to listen, for example, you can turn that off too, and then only rely on your eyes. If you don't want to speak, you can, yeah, it's nice. Actually, it's quite lovely. Now, will I say the average user be able to perform enough consistent output with all those feature sets? Probably not. They try to splice it in between each lesson. So lessons have like a combination of speech, etc., and even writing. Sometimes construction is missing, so that might be in the future. I know that though the maxed version, Duolingo Max, already has construction. So will it ever be rolled down? I don't know. The subscription is $12 a month. I feel for web hosting, the AI, right? For the role playing and construction, $12 a month. That's pretty reasonable. Like if they disclose, I think it can be reasonable to, disclosing, maybe understanding that their max subscribers are like a percentage of the users of some sort. pretty neat. Overall, I think Duo does have a feature set that covers a lot of output practice, like a substantial amount of output practice. Especially with the almost full rollout of the role-playing instruction. Whether it's perfect is up to individuals who wants to go around and be toxic to everyone else. Tools are not to be, in my opinion, cautiously optimistic to be idolized. Not like idealized. Sorry, not idolized. Idealized. However, with that said, I will probably end up using some version of OpenAI's ChatGPT to simulate like a very similar response in the future. I would totally subscribe maybe 1 month to Dual Max in the future to see what it's like, you know, because they already give ability to test out what super is like, so I kind of know. And then I logged into my mobile version to test all the super features on the mobile. Those are the 2 instances that I've used the Duolingo version. It's quite nice, even with the super thing, provided you're using a target language that has those feature sets, right? That is the big deal. You got to know what your target language is. I don't think Duolingo ever beat around the bush about saying like which their feature sets. It can be a little dubious, I suppose. A lot of people say, like, if you advertise something, be more specific about it. However, they're not lying about anything. Like the idea when someone says, oh, I got duped to thinking Duolingo is great, but I wanted to learn insert some rare language that they recently added, and they're like, it's garbage. I'm like, well, yeah, well, development cycle. They roll out on a rolling basis. So, I don't know. And then someone would then retort and say an apples and oranges comparison. Like, oh, well, this course has been introduced 8 years ago, and this course has introduced 3 years ago, and this course has more updates and a more refined course than the one that is older. Yeah, because Duolingo's rollouts are interest-based. So if you're willing to pay and convince lots and lots of people to pay to escalate interest-based design like Duolingo, then hopefully you're a millionaire to push for that, right? So kind of expected, right? It's neat. I don't know if you've used the mobile version or not, human being. Like, got a idea of what the mobile version is like.
次
The features can make or break, in my opinion. No, not really break. It can make learners complacent, though. I think overall, if your goal is to be self-sufficient, like if your goal is to have this lofty idea of fluency, right? The lofty idea of being self-reliant, the greater the tool, the higher chance you are going to do less, and you're going to do more, or you're going to use it longer in order to achieve a satisfying result. A tool that does less is more likely going to impart and obligate one to do more. The question is, how much more can you handle? And most of the time, when it comes to Duolingo, I think the vast majority of people who quote unquote take language seriously, maybe over 60%. No, that's too much. Like maybe over 30 to 40% of users would eventually find out they can handle more. So they go and use tools that actually does less. Well, what does Anki do more or less than what Duo does? Well, it's not necessarily in the eye of the beholder. When something is harder, if someone says, oh yeah, this is harder because I get challenged with more volume and stuff, that doesn't necessarily mean they're doing more for you. They're making you learn more, as in there's more for you to do. So the tool actually does less for you, which makes you wonder if there's a tool that constantly tells you that you're saying something correct. Are you going to be able to know when you're saying things incorrectly over time? One would like to say, if you always know the correct thing, you wouldn't have to worry about saying something incorrect. Like, well, that is true. You can definitely go and live your rest of life knowing that you don't ever need the skills to understand that when you make a mistake, what do? That's the world we live in now, in my opinion. Tools are made for perfect things. So when someone uses a tool, they expect it to be perfect because you yourself want to be perfect. You don't want to deal with solving problems. Do it right the first time. You don't have to do it ever again, right? Learn it right the first time. And largely that does work for the most part until human error comes in. And then human error knocks at the door sufficiently enough to get someone really, really triggered because they believe that they're always 99.9% correct. That sucks. I don't think I can't even sympathize with that. Like, my life up to this point cannot sympathize with that. It's so hard for me to say you have my sympathies for being triggered by understanding that learning something involves making errors, right? And not seeing it as a negative thing. When you make an error while learning, it means it's an opportunity to learn. If you don't make any errors, funny enough, if you're consistently not making errors at all, there is a high chance you're actually learning very little. It's a reality. Like, someone who is learning a lot and making errors is more likely to incline to improve substantially than someone who's afraid of making errors and selectively designed to not make any errors. That's not to say that that person isn't learning. They're likely to learn less, right? It's about how much the person can handle. So I don't mind Duolingo, although pushing my error rate up is okay too. Like, the Duolingo's approach is like 95% correct rate. So I would say at least 90 to 95% accuracy. So my thought is, what happens if Duo pushes that envelope down to like 80%? Does that make like a large majority of users quit? It can happen. There's a reason why FromSoft games are so good by a select group, because they decided to cater to that group. And regardless of those ridiculous numbers that you have, like, you know, like they sold 5 million copies and stuff, it is easily, in my opinion, blasted by something that has an even higher contribution and cadence to the casual. It's to the point where Elden Ring leaned back on more casual designs in order to draw in a bigger crowd. Human condition.
次の駅で降ります。
All the designs push the player to do less. So increasing aid and increasing convenience lowers the input necessary, which makes it more casual and ultimately contributes to a larger audience. And Duo, what the number tells you is that Duo is casual forward. So no, I don't agree with people talking about like oh, it's automatically assumed if it's casual forward, it only goes over the basics, or is only capable of doing basic things and whatnot. That happens a lot, right? So I'm like contradicting myself, like I'm creating a counter argument to my own self, my own perceptions, like my own like line of thinking right now, because I don't want to make it sound like it's one way or the highway, just do really, really hard things. I have time to do things fun, entertaining, and highly comprehensible versus not highly comprehensible, right? There are time and place for them. The idea is what Duo has to offer, I'll try my best to make it work. So I do the things that I feel is necessary to get me to learn vocabulary and kanji. I don't think people who use tools and think that they're defined by tools can see eye to eye with me. They want a tool to do those things for them because they don't want to do those things. I look for tools to inspire me to do more with what they offer. I iterate on the tools. I want to build more things off the tools. I want to be inspired and use whatever they teach me and adjust it to other things. So Duo definitely taught me some interesting approaches that I haven't done in a long while, like connecting Hanzi. For example, one of the consequences, connecting Hanzi with kanji. That's not my idea. Or using sound, meaning, and writing again, like presentation, to connect characters. I didn't do that in a long time. It's been so long since I've done that. Actually, English doesn't quite rely on most of these, actually. Like the way they're associating it. So in the future, I'm gonna see, and I kid you not, this is down the path after Spanish. What's after Spanish? Actually, it's gonna be Hanzi first, because I'm gonna finish the Chinese course first. So I'm gonna use the Chinese English course to practice Chinese while figuring out how Chinese people are learning English from Duolingo, because that's really fun. Like, that's a new way. I haven't thought of it that way. Like, what is it like? I'm already sort of doing it now as we're translating. However, I would love to do that. It's probably Chinese first, because we'll complete the Chinese course before the Japanese. So some of the time it's going to be divided using Chinese to do the English course, the Chinese English course, the one where you set your speaking language to Chinese and then tackle their English course. I need to brush up on my English. It's terrible. It's subpar. My foundations are subpar, because being a native speaker means you don't have to practice foundations anymore. Like, you don't practice foundations. Like I just said, pedagogics, right? Pedagogics. That's probably not how that's spelled. Right. I don't know. Foundations. If you don't output it, you don't know the gaps. You're surprised the Chinese course is that short? It's quite short. I think the word I would use is it's very dense. The Chinese course is incredibly dense. And I almost feel like if the Japanese, more people would be interested in having the Japanese course structured like the Chinese course. It's really dense. So the ground it covers is half the time. half the time, half everything, half the repetitions, and then half the time means double the volume. so you have less prompts, you have less prompt cycling, you have less prompt interchanging. You have like one prompt example of one grammar point. If you're lucky, you might have two for one grammar point. In Japanese, you have like a whole unit. That's like, for me personally, that's like 6 hours of like one point. So the question is, which one do I gather faster? I actually gather faster in Chinese. However, with that said, there's a caveat here. I do have intuition in Chinese, so I don't know how much of that plays into it. I wasn't a blank slate in Chinese. Now, the question is, does that mean that if Japanese was structured that way, I would move at the same pace that we're moving in a Chinese course? It could be possible. I'm not going to get stuck on that point. I think that point is incredibly unhealthy. When someone says, I wasted my time when I could have been learning faster. If I am always, like, from day to day, going to think of it this way, then boy, it doesn't take 30 years before you're nihilistic. In fact, I'll put the age medium at around 18 years old, the moment they have to leave the nest. Or be pressured to leave the nest because of like older gen values. Waste your time. Like, I don't think I ever waste my time. I try my best when I choose to do something. I try my best. There's things to learn. So every waking moment that I try my best, I'm learning something. It's only a waste of time when you choose not to learn from it. Like, for example, understanding that you can't get to your inspiration. You know, like, oh, if I started with Anki, what if I started with Anki first before I encountered Duolingo? Then I would have wasted less time. Like, you wouldn't know. In order to get to Anki for your life, you've gone through Duo. So Duo is responsible for you to understand what you needed and how it pushed you to Anki. If Duo was not there, it is just as likely that you wouldn't have discovered Anki. Like, you don't know. We're linear time creatures. Events lead to other events. So saying living in the past and trying to adjust it and saying you wasted your time because now you're more competent is, in my opinion, a logical fallacy. That is so much how the internet solves problems. Like, oh man, now I feel bad about this because this person got to the same point I did faster. Man, if that person make you feel like they did everything to supplant what you did, what were you doing? Like, what I mean is, if you spent 2 years learning a language, what were the other times you were doing? You couldn't. So you're telling me this person spent 3 months doing exactly all the things that you've done in 2 years. You haven't learned anything additional, anything from that experience, or use any of that time in those 2 years that this person did in 3 months. That's astonishing. That is very disappointing and also incredibly concerning. If you're like 40 or 50 or 60, that is a recipe for someone who has no closure in their life. Like, they will look back and filled with regret. Like, I've legitimately have talked to someone who says they don't regret their actions, yet they spend like 50 to 60% of their time talking about how they would have done something different or changed something if they were to do it again. That is not a person that I seem to be acquainted with, someone who lives a life without regret. I'm 37. Granted, I don't need to live a life without regret. However, I think I'm there already to a lot of extent. It comes with age, in my opinion. I like to believe people have more resilience, better understanding of themselves over time, so you don't get that crazy thing. It really hurts my soul when someone says, "Oh, I just wasted my time." Like, how? Explain. And they said, "Oh, I've been working on this thing and basically it didn't work, so I wasted my time." Did you learn anything from why it didn't work? Like, did you have memories of it? Because if you remembered what you did, isn't that valuable? It's like, no, whatever. I'll just forget that I even have done it. It's like, wow. I'm sorry. Like, what else can I say from a healthy-minded, forward person? Like, I'm sorry to hear that you're willing to forget what you did and not take anything, right? So, am I wasting my time on Duolingo? The answer is no, I'm not. I can assure you, though, there have been plenty of attempts to gaslight me to suggest otherwise. I'm like, okay, that's fine. And if they argue like, well, most Duo users would be wasting their time, it's like, all right, cool. I mean, did you determine that by looking at me for 5 seconds, or are you weighing statistics? Because that's fine too. I mean, it's perfectly valid. If you somehow magically found out that 40% of Duolingo users waste their time learning Japanese because they never get fluent or conversational after completing the entire course, I would say that's a possibility. And then I would say the vast majority of people don't even get to the end of the Japanese course. Like, I would point out the break in their logic. Actually, if you represent the solution to Duolingo's weakness in the Japanese course, wouldn't that say it is more likely that most people don't get to fluency or anything, and you can't actually surmise how useful the Japanese course is because the vast majority of the people you interact with didn't even complete the course? I'm not saying I would end up coming to the same conclusions. What I'm saying is that there's a very distinct possibility that I will not be conversational. I would not even be fluent. Absolutely. I would not sound native. However, did I waste my time? I think the vast majority of the time, the people who are in an echo chamber have convinced themselves that it's a waste of time, because they choose to waste time. Oh, if only I knew there was a better app out there than Duolingo. You're on the internet like nonstop. Are you telling me this intelligent person that's standing in front of me that has found the perfect solution to Duolingo's situation now blames Duolingo for your own incompetence of you relying on a tool that doesn't work for you? Sorry, that's tough, right? I can only say that I'm glad you found, I say this most of the time, I'm glad you found what works for you. That is the most important message. You did not waste your time. I don't want to ever tell you you waste your time. If things worked out as they should, as they have, you didn't waste your time. You used all that experience and it pushed you towards a solution. That's awesome. The scariest possible thing is someone who stops by and say, I've tried everything. I just don't know what I can do to be happy and make this work. That is probably the most scariest thing, I would say. Someone who has nothing to lose and nothing to gain is insane. That is chronic depression in a nutshell. Or nihilism. You know, someone who sleeps in bed and say, why even bother getting up? If
Granger, we're for the ones who
what
pay attention
the
to every
heck?
little detail. The
Oh
ones who
my
fuss,
gosh.
tinker.
I got ads. I got served an ad. Anyways. Thank you for the question. Human being. I like going on a digression for any random question.
次の駅で降ります。
次の駅。
次
次
の駅
次の駅 kind of sounds cool. 次の駅で降ります。降ります。
降ります。
今日は涼しくないです。涼しくないです。
次に狭い道をまっすぐ進みます。
まっすぐ進みます。まっすぐ進みます。
次に
次に道を
道を
道を次に道を
まっすぐ
進みます。
進みます。
That sounds off.
次に狭い道をまっすぐ進みます。
狭い道。
次に狭い道をまっすぐ進みます。
まっすぐ進みまっすぐ進みます。Okay.
涼しい。
涼しい。
狭い。刺します。
刺します。
次。
進みません。次。次に No. 次に次に狭い道をまっすぐ進みます。That was what that other thing was saying.
次に
次に狭い道をまっすぐ進みます。進みません。涼しい。
狭い。刺します。
刺します。次。
夜は涼しいです。
夜は涼しいです。It is cool at night. そっち。Are we doing or そちら We're doing そちら。そちらそちらをまっすぐLet's go proceed 進みましょ
う。そちら
をI was thinking of a different particle, but そちらを
まっすぐ進みましょう。
そちらをまっすぐ進みましょ
う。Yep. That.
進みません。
進みません。
曲がりました。
南はどっちですか？
南はどちらですか？
南はどっちですか？
南はどっちですか？ No! They got me. It's fine. That's still a valid response, but it's not what they said.
この
That's a valid sentence. They're doing it intentionally to show like casual and a little bit more casual form. この病院は広いです。
病は
広い。
広いです。
あ、広い。
広
学校は学校はそっちです。
学校はそっちです。
曲がります。
曲がりま。次に広い道をまっすぐ進みます。次に広い道をまっすぐ進みます。
次に
広い道を次に広い道をまっすぐ進みます。
まっすぐ進みます。
進ます。
どっちいや Yes? どっちは東ですか？北ですか？
どっちは北
ですか？北は、yeah, the donut thing.
あそこの角を右に曲がります。
I guess it was worth a shot to test that.
あそこの角を右に曲がります。あそこ
あそこの
あそこの角を右に曲がります。
あそこ
の
角
角
something
あそこの角を右に曲がります。
右
右
右に
に
右に
曲がります。
右に
前
右
おに
wait
あそこの角を右に曲がります。前おあそこの角を右に曲がります。おあそこの角を右に曲がります。あそこの角を右に曲がります。あそこの角を右に曲がります。
You can't hear the O, but I had to check the grammar. You can't hear the O because it runs together. I kinda got help. Needed grammar for that.
広い
曲がりました。
曲がりました。狭い夜
涼しい。
ここの角を左に曲がります。ここの
角ここの角どこですか？
角
角
ここの角を左に曲がります。
左に曲がります。
曲がります。
学校はそっちです。
学校はそっちです。Heckin。このここの窓ここの角右の左に曲がります。
ここの角
を
左
に曲がります。
曲がります。
東はあっちです。
東はあっちです。あっちです。
こっちこっち。
こっちこっち。
週末はあっちこっち行きます。
週末はあっちこっち行きます。あっちこっち行きます。あっちこっち。A lot of fun.
北はあっちです。
北はあっちです。あっちです。
南はどっちですか？
南どちらですか？
南は
は
どっちですか？
北は
どっち
ですか？One more lesson. 10-15 minutes. We're moving to Chinese. Good old Chinese. Chinese on review is our shortest day. Not too bad. Not too bad.
進みません。
進みません。
南はどっちですか？
南はどっちですか？
南はどっち
どっち
で
ですか？
すか？
北は北はどっちですか？
どでか。
風は涼しいですか？
風は涼しいですか？
次に狭い道をまっすぐ進みます。次に
次に次にまっすぐやばばばば。
次に狭い道をまっすぐ進みます。
狭い道を
まっすぐ
進みます。はい。Yes.
進みます。
寒くない？
寒くない？
そちらをまっすぐ進みましょう。
そちら
そちら
ブラブラブラ。
そちらをまっすぐ進みましょ
そちらをまっす
う。
ぐ
まっすぐ
まっすぐ進みましょう。
進みましょう。
今日は暖かく、明日は涼しいです。
今日は暖かく今日はno 明日は涼しいです。今日は暖かく明日は涼しいです。次にのにYes に次に狭い道をまっすぐ進みます。
次に
狭い道
をまっすぐ
進みます。
進ます。
今日は寒い日ですね。
今日は寒い日ですね。Oh, wait. Oh, they accepted that. Interesting. Okay.
そちら。
そちらを
まっすぐ。
まっすぐ
進まう。
進みましょう。夜は涼しいです。
夜は涼しいです。
Alright. 15 minutes and a dream. Okay. 涼しい。うん。
涼しい。
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 橋。
橋。
暑い。
暑い。Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
暑い。
Well,
い。
橋。
お箸。
暑い。
暑い。That's how I remember Atsui, actually.
暑い。あい。
Because the most recent vocabulary was hashi.
暑い。
Or Kyoto. Kyoto works too. 暑い。
甘い。
甘い。
お箸。お金。お茶。暑い。
お箸。
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 お箸。お金。お腹。 お腹。
I pointed to my stomach.
暑い。強い。
お箸。
お箸。
多い。
多い。
暑い。
暑い。
お酒。
お酒。
お箸。
お箸。
ご飯。
暑い。
暑い。暖かい。暖かい。
暖かい。
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 Oh, I don't know if you're still here, human. Did your friend end up taking up
暖かい。
learning Japanese? It's always nice
暖かい。
to have a friend
暖かい。
that's going through the journey
暖
too.
かい。
Oof. I don't have anyone who's interested in doing this,
暖かい。
like personally, in like
暖かい。
in that type of way. No, they said they were too lazy to do it. Aw. Like, it's so, when you have a friend to learn it, it only makes me, like, want to join them. Like, I would slow down everything. I would, like, go along with them, like, catch them up or something, or, like, wait on them. Or, like, slow my pace and have time, like, retroactively teaching or, like, hanging around and stuff. That's... You're just waiting for a couple minutes so I can review some more kanji. Ah, nice. You're putting a little space on it. Very nice. That is highly recommended.
暑い。
Atsui. Actually, my rants, like my digressions, are how I'm spacing it. Yeah, self SRS, exactly. I actually use rants. So, like, I say a lot of times when people say, oh yeah, you've been using Duolingo for 6 hours, it's like, it's more like I've used Duolingo for like 1 hour, and it's like spaced out with like 30 minutes or 2 hours or 3-hour digressions. So, but I do feel very refreshed as I'm going. Yeah, self SRS. It's great. Giving moments of being able to push how far or how long it's been. Last one. It's a very important concept for sure. Very requires a lot of discipline as well, because if you push it off, you know, some people might push it off completely.
暑い
That's a
暑い
shame that your friend couldn't join you.
暑い
I think having a friend who's starting a journey is like extra energy. Super extra energy.
暑い
Whenever someone wants to learn something and they say like they're worried about it, my very first thing is I would say, let's do it together. So someone earlier today asked me, oh, have I done coding before? Because I seem to participate in a lot of things. And yeah, the last time I actually messed around with C or C+ was because someone I know
暑い
needed to learn enough C+ and C to like do things, and that's when I learned a bit of it, quite a bit of it on my own.
狭
You do have another friend who started Japanese before you did, but they quit a few weeks in. Oh, that's unfortunate. Like, unfortunate in the sense of from your perspective, as in you could have had like a really wonderful
狭い
like studying back and forth between someone you personally know.
狭い
Not necessarily like you need it or anything like that.
狭い
And then, you know, they're moving on to whatever is more important to them, hopefully.
狭い
And it doesn't like leave a negative
狭い
impression on them.
狭い
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 If my parents' enthusiasm was any of a demotivator, my parents like, oh, Japanese. Okay. And then I mentioned I was also working on Mandarin.
次
And this is like really recent. And then they said my father's first comment was he thought
次
I said Cantonese instead because Puntunghua and
Sugi.
Gungtunghua are very close.
次
And my
次
I was like,
Sugi.
no, I'm studying Mandarin. His first comment was
Sugi.
like, no, you need to study a language that has more pragmatic impact, right? And that's Chinese parents for you. Like immediately,
Kasa.
it's like, oh, Japanese, okay, that's cute, kind of thing.
傘
That's how you test your will and your motivation.
傘
It's a testament
Kasa.
to how Japan
Kasa.
has so many influences in specific spheres, yet
傘
its influence in language is not quite prevalent. And
Kasa.
I think we'll have another talk in 5 or 10 years. I think the landscape is going to be very different for Japanese,
傘
like due to its trends in online. I think the perception of what's acceptable and what's being forwarded will reach like a normalization to make it a lot more influential.
涼しい
We have to keep in mind the whole like casual and hardcore and acceptable thing. Hardcore, more stringent, means less appeal and less potential influence, right? Of course, there's a give or take, like a compromise. I don't think learning Japanese learning has reached that like nice like a steady state yet of growth. Doesn't stop me from trying to learn Japanese though.
涼しい
涼しい
There are very notable content creators that are
涼しい
obviously trying
涼しい
to
涼
make it
しい
more engaging and more approachable.
涼しい
涼しい
涼しい涼しい
涼しい
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 Oops. Okay.
狭い
Semai.
狭い狭い
Yeah.
狭い
Case in point, right? The whole Inktober thing was not my idea.
狭い
It was on the spur of the moment.
狭い
Someone was doing it, and I'm like, "What is it that you're doing?"
狭い
Like, oh, I always,
Semai.
you know, that sounds neat.
狭い
And the rest is history. Right? Fourth year in a row.
狭い
That person stopped, like, that year. That person stopped after doing, like, 9 prompts. That same year that I started in 2021. I was gonna try, like, motivate him, whatnot. So we were going back and forth and kept talking about things. but
広い
the person kept falling behind
広い
over and over again.
広い
And then the following year, like,
広い
didn't
広
bother.
い
広い
That person was the artist, not me
広い
広い
at the time.
広い
広い
Obviously, they
Hiroi.
had more important things. That's largely
広い
what I say.
広い
They had more important things. Okay, there we go. Ado, ado,
角
角
ado.
角角
角
角
Starting Japanese was this is probably the longest project that I
Kado.
voluntarily done
Kado.
out of self-interest.
角
So it's safe to say, because of
Kado.
self-interest, I'm not dependent on anyone else's
Kado.
motivations. Largely, though, I
Kado.
prefer to be motivated by others.
角
I'm not very
Kado.
in it for myself these days. It's not necessary when there are so many other things you can do with other people. Encourage them to do things. I feel my time is incredibly significant if I can get people to do things. So since I'm doing something of selfish interest, I might as well share it, right?
次
And hope that some indirect
Sugi.
way I can motivate other
Sugi.
people.
次
Give back for all the other people who
Sugi.
inspired me
Sugi.
to do more.
次
次
Solving problems of motivation, problems of life satisfaction, problems of closure, so many things.
ひ
And then when they're happy, they go on and do their thing. And I might, if I get lucky, I might be able to see it,
広い
witness all the magical things that they
広い
are able to accomplish
広い
広い
with a healthy,
広い
positive mindset.
広い
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 It's
Hiroi.
devastating to see someone who is comfortable in their own misery.
角
Not, and I'm not saying it's as extreme. There are individuals who compromise so much for things that they voluntarily do, that they have this like relationship where they love to get up to do something they dislike, like voluntarily. We're not talking about a job here.
角
I rarely have friends around me that would say like,
角
I don't want to do this, and yet I'm doing
Kado.
it, kind of thing. Like, oh, I love this hobby, and then proceeds to spend like
角
the majority of their time complaining about what they don't like about
Kado.
the hobby, right? I understand that's kind of a
Kado.
way to cope and
角
normalize continuing to do a hobby.
角
Even like living in one's country, that happens a lot. It's like, oh yeah, I hate this country for all it can't do for me, while saying, oh, have you forgotten what it can do for you,
涼しい
kind of thing, or what is it doing, that kind of thing. Gotta need that balance.
涼し
If
い
you're negative about yourself, then I'm here to
涼しい
balance out that negativity.
涼しい
Or at least we'll try to balance out that
涼しい
negativity. Although the opposite is also true
涼しい
a lot of times.
涼し
When
い
someone is over promising and over like
涼しい
incredibly prideful and potentially out of touch,
涼しい
probably bring them down to earth a little bit. as well.
涼しい
If there was trust and respect already.
涼しい
Most of the time those people have
涼しい
have their own, have already made up their minds.
涼
So
しい
in that situation, it doesn't hurt as
涼
much.
しい
It's usually the other way around. All right, that's the end of 15 minutes. It's usually when someone's at rock bottom, right? Rock bottom. I run towards people who are at rock bottom, or maybe like in a declining spiral, because in my opinion, while it sounds like it's impossible, there's so much you can do when someone is so low. So many things you can try to do. Obviously, a lot of them are going to be, the things you do are going to be not successful per se, depending on how deep in doo-doo the person is. However, it's where the healing begins. You know, it's where the transformation begins a lot of time. All right. This is a pretty good wholesome message, right? When you see someone down, maybe a little too down, and you have some free time, believe me, you and me, there's a lot to learn when trying to help someone else with a problem that you may not have ever or yet. I think most of the time when I solve or troubleshoot other people's like technical problems and whatnot is largely because I observed problems happening, and from that I see people learning how to solve those problems. It's different from seeing how it's done right all the time. In fact, it's kind of trendy right now. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of trendy right now. Here's how to do everything wrong. Here's what all the things that can go wrong or less ideal and what you can do about it series. Lots of the food people, especially the food people, the bigger like long format food people are going about it that way. Where like, oh hey, and I really applaud that. It's very not as popular, but it's nice to see that very large content creators are focusing on that now, where, oh, here's 6 different things that can potentially hit a snag while you're going to do this, and what you want to like alternatives that you can do to maybe rescue it, especially in food right now. However, I would love to see that for other things. Like, what happens when you do feel like you're wasting your time? What can we do about it? Here are 7 different experts that all encountered these problems, and here are their perspective on how they go about it. Choose what seems good for you, that kind of thing, right? That's lovely. I like to echo that if you're not the person who intuits problem solving as a necessity for learning, having content creators, exposed to that, it's great. It'll lead into a generation of intuitive critical thinkers, possibly, unless we usher in a generation of people who just remember the solutions, which it can't happen. Like, for example, you have students like this a lot of times what happens if you have no power delivery to your PC? And then they would look up, what could go wrong, and then it would be like the top 3, and it's like, well, I tried all the top 3 reasons and it doesn't work. It's like, did you learn anything from trying the top 3? What else could it be? Like, well, no one has a post that specifically answers my question, so I don't know. That could happen. It is possible, because again, when someone is producing the results and creating the results, it goes a great way to offer inspiration and input. However, it does remove the necessity for the output. You yourself are not solving those problems. You yourself may have a context that is slightly unique, and the older you get, the problems you have will become more and more unique. And growing older, in my opinion, is a process of accumulating experiences that, for better or for worse, when you watch a YouTube video on how to, when you watch it, you'll modify it immediately because of your experience, right? It's like, oh, let's see, and I don't have that exact tool, but I do have something that's similar, and I think I can make it work. That, in my opinion, is the resourcefulness that goes into learning all the time. Like, it transcends language learning. However, language learning could teach you that about your mental state, right? How often, how long do you take a break before reviewing a, SRS? If an SRS is doing it for you, it can either work or it doesn't work, right? And if it works, what makes it work? Did you write that down? Then you won't need to go to another language and do the same SRS. You could do it yourself if you want it. Or you can rely on it. And what happens when you have like Duolingo, where, oh, you wanted to learn this language, but only the Spanish version has all these things. Learn the Spanish version because you're already learning Spanish. Adapt whatever is available and take it to the other language. I took whatever is available in Japanese and applied it to the Chinese course, because the Chinese course is organized differently. Whatever I did with the Chinese course, I'm adapting it to the Japanese course, if I can, right? I'm trying to learn from the process. Not all the time will meet the ideal cases. When you watch a YouTube video, how to cook X, Y, and Z, it might not meet all the occasions, right? The idea is you don't necessarily have to do it exactly the same. And I hope that in the future, more people are convinced not to do it exactly the same and not be compared in that way, because innovation happens then. And I mean earnestly true innovation, not iteration or repackaging of something as subterfuge for something new, right? Oh, here's how to do a life hack because, and then it ultimately creates more work. Like that's different. Spinning the wheel in place or adding more problems to the wheel, that's a little different than critical thinking would present. Obviously, not all innovations or trials would lead to great leaps of improvement. However, it's one of those things where you can synthesize information and nudge towards a different direction. And that's the take-home message, right, for today. Really cool. I love talking about learning, especially how to keep consistent and do these, I don't grow tired of this. Like, I think Duolingo is a backdrop that it's fine. If someone from Tofuku comes to me with a sponsorship for Wanikani, I'm game. If they say, hey, we want you to stream Wanikani because we're starting a Twitch thing, I'm game. I don't think I need to rely on any specific tool. Duolingo just happens to be very coincidentally poised to be convenient. I would totally take that sponsorship because it's convenient and lines up with my opportunities. Hey, maybe shout outs to Satori Reader or something. Give me a 1 month no no liability, copyright free, demo or something, I'd do it for a month. Absolutely, hands down. But for now, it's Duolingo. For better or for worse for some people, and for me, it's a good backdrop. Talk about learning all the time. Like, if Duolingo doesn't do X, Y, and Z, what can you do with the things Duolingo offers? Much like my YouTube channel says, human creativity is a feedback loop. You take human creativity, which includes products, right? Products like apps and whatnot. You take that creativity, you feed on it, you iterate on it, or like you improve it, inspires creativity, then you send it along its way. Oh, there, Kiryu Kazuma. Interesting name. All right, so that's the end of our Japanese session. So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Until next time, for all the Japanese language learners out there, right? Mata ne, ja ne, minasan. I'm gonna switch to Chinese now. I'm gonna take a quick break, a bathroom break, and I'll be back for my Chinese lesson. So, thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back. It is day 129. 欢迎大家好. Welcome, welcome. Today's our short day for Chinese. That wasn't a first time chatter. Well, although I don't recognize that name. I wonder if it's a rename. It does have 69 and 420 in it. Boy. Boy howdy. Those are some mean numbers. Okay. Unit 50, unit 35. Describe people. Oh, no. Son of a... Wait. Ye xiao. Ye xiao. Same one I got stuck on. The same one I got stuck on yesterday. 介绍. I can get this. Alright, let's go through the other vocabulary first then. Oops. 别人 好人 法国 法国 Bhutan. No, Bhutan. 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 Ar. 且 而且 而且 帅 帅 What was the left radical? Can't be that. Can it? No. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Chungming. Chungming. Chongming. Chongming. Yeah, Chongming. Yeah. Ohua. I don't remember. 介绍，介绍。I know the right one. Okay. Wait. Yeah, I know it. 介绍. I knew the right character for the longest time. 介绍. Now we have other stuff. Oh, do I remember new things? I think so. So, the 10号 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 I made an error on this one yesterday. Right? Yeah. So at its knees. 就 新年 新年快乐 春节 春节 春 Oh, wait. Yeah. It goes from the second one. Or does it go from the first one? I told myself not to make this error yesterday. I guess we'll find out. 春节，节日，节日，送给过过过喝送给礼物礼物红酒红酒白酒白酒送给 was one of them. Oh, 祝身体 I like this one. 身体健康健康祝你身体健康 wish you good health, right? Let's throw in other things. 生日 right? 生日快乐 坏到 is a great one. 坏到yeah 坏到坏到很到 so soon coming up and soon those are good ones. I think that's good. That's a lot of good vocabulary right there. 34. I think it's still talking about colors. Color me. Yes, color me. All right. 谁让？谁让？哦，谁让？有。谁让就I think. 对，颜色。颜色。Oops. Wait a minute. Yeah. Why does that look a little bit off? We'll double check. 环环指红白手表帽子衬衫裤子裙子鞋子碗抢 장. Something is missing. One, two. Five, 6, 7, 8. Oh. C E 手洗 one. That's 9. I'm missing it actually. Oh. Wait. Why are there so many? Oh, I might be combining them. Oh no. My. One look. What am I doing? I'm reviewing Chinese characters. What are you up to? Okay, that's kind of weird. I think I have too many characters. Alright, let's go look. Alright, that's good enough for review. Let's see. Severin. Severin. One. Oh, it just looks weird the way I written it. That's all. Yense. Whoops. Yense. Huan. Zhi. Mai. Yao. 手表短但是 oh, it's 但是 it's not 九 whoops 但是 okay, that's an error on my part 红人字 whoops 人字完了卖完了白洗手洗长 You're lurking? I see. I know. I noticed your lack of response earlier. I noticed. What are you doing while lurking? Oh, this is gonna be a tough one. I keep forgetting this character. Got stuck on it. 介绍 I've got 小 and I've got 笑 getting 笑 okay, how to commit that to memory. 笑 you are playing a game with your friend. Nice. 聪明 Try. Oh, yeah. It's here. It's not cross here. Oh, I written that incorrectly. I actually made a crown, so I'm pretty sure I wrote it this way. So first of all, it doesn't cross here, and I used a crown. So I'll have to fix that next time. Oops, didn't mean to do that. 叫聪明帅分解而且祝新年快乐，法国别人说话好人的时候，节日礼物，Bhutan, or is it Bhutan? Yeah, Bhutan. Bhutan 送给我干杯 I forgot 干杯 again. Alright, we gotta commit these three to memory at some point. 饮红酒白酒多喝 Okay. Alright, we got three. Let's keep them in mind.
你在做什么？
你在做什么？你在做什么？
他们在吃饭。
他们在吃饭。
在吃饭。
树下有一只狗。
树下有一只狗。树下。
鸡肉瓶子牛肉
出租车
树
电脑游戏
Oh interesting. 帮助 No
丈夫
Oh, hang on, I got thrown off by Jobu. 丈夫 Interesting. 丈夫
喜欢
儿子
书电脑
这双比那双小
这双比那双小
这件衬衫比那件衬衫贵。那件这件
衬衫
这件衬衫比那件衬衫贵。
衬衫
比那件衬衫贵。
你们听汉语歌吗？
你们听汉语歌吗？
他最喜欢听什么音乐？
他最喜欢听什么音乐？最喜欢他最喜欢
音乐喜欢听什么
音乐？
这些鱼非常贵。
Do you think learning Japanese and Chinese at the same time has helped with improving one or the other? Mileage may vary. I like it. I enjoy it quite a lot. 这些鱼非常贵。这些鱼非常贵。请帮我买东西。
请帮买我买
东西哦，一些东西，一些 oops wait wrong tongue yeah 一些 or four 一些东西。
现在汽车上有10只鸟。
现在汽车上有 really 10只鸟。yeah 10只鸟。there or a car. Oh, come on. Stop. Okay. 他们的哥哥用他们的哥哥每天下午玩电脑游戏。
他们
的
哥哥
Please, okay.
每天下午玩
电脑游戏。Oh boy.
现在汽车上有10只鸟。
Alright.
你想买什么东西？
请帮我买一些东西。
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 他喜欢那条蓝裙子。
How many units do I complete in a day? I don't complete a unit in a day. I spend 3 days to complete a unit. 他喜欢那条蓝裙子。他喜欢那条蓝裙子。我只要这条蓝色的裙子，蓝裙子。Okay, you want that? Okay.
我只要这条蓝裙子。你想试一下吗？
你想试一下吗？Oh, there's no dress. Would you like to try it?
他想试试这条蓝裙子。
他想试试那条 那条蓝裙子。
他
想试试那条。哦，这条蓝裙子。
他想试试这条蓝裙子。
这条蓝裙子。
我的朋友想要买一袋苹果。
我的朋友想要买一袋，一袋苹果。
请帮我买一袋糖。
请帮我买一袋糖。
请
帮我买一袋糖。sorry。
请帮我买一袋糖。
Oh yeah, it is tongue, huh? Yeah.
那个包是你的。
那个包是你的。那个包是你的。我们想去买东西。我们想买东西。
我们想买
东西。
他们的哥哥每天下午玩电脑游戏。
他们的哥哥每天下午玩电脑游戏。每天下午。那个Oh no, that's the wrong tone. 哪个包是你的？哪个包是你的？
杯子里没有水。
杯子里没有水。杯子里没有水。
摆玩中午
周末
Whoops 周末
游戏。
谁在办公室？
谁在办公室？
这件衬衫太大了。
这件衬衫太大了。
那条裤子太大了。
那条裤子太大了。那条裤子太大了。
太大了。
你想吃面包吗？
你想吃面包吗？
面包。
手机。新闻。
便宜。
椅子。
你的后面有一只可爱的鸟。
你的后面有一只可爱的鸟。你想吃面包吗？你想No, that's fine.
你想
你想吃面包吗？
吃面包吗？
面包吗 ？Wrong tongue。
上个月我一共看了9本书。
上个月我一共看了九本书，9本书。上个月，对，9本书。在我们办公室有100人出，或者是我们的办公室里有100书。本书 ，Yeah, that makes sense.
100
So for 100.
现在办公室里没有人。
现在办公室里没有人。你的后面，yeah, 你的后面有一只可爱的鸟。
你
的后面
有一只
可爱的鸟。
你还想买什么？
你还想买什么？还想。
她的男朋友要买衣服，还要买鞋子。
她的朋友，她的男朋友
的男朋友。她的男朋友要买衣服，还要买鞋子。
要买衣服，衣服，还要买鞋子。
她的男朋友要买衣服，还要买鞋子。
还要买鞋子。
我还想看那家商店。我还想看那家商店。
我还想看那家商店。对，书儿子
非常狗。
丈夫
对，丈夫。All right, back to our current.
你快乐吗？
你快乐吗？哦，
你快乐吗？且，你不需要介绍，我认识他。
你不要介绍，我认识他。你不需要介绍，我认识他。你不需要介绍，我认识他。 帅。
春节是中国最大的节日。
春节是春节是中国的
春节是中国最大的节日。
中国最大的节日。春节，let's see，春节是中国最大的节日，最大的节日。
春。
他们很喜欢说话，他们很喜欢说话。
他们很
喜欢说话。而他不但帅，而且聪明。他不但帅，而且聪明。帅。笑。So it's 叫。叫介绍。Lost it. Don't tell anyone else. 别告诉别人。别告诉别告诉别人。帅。
葱。笑。觉得。面。
你们笑。你们什么？你们在笑什么？
你们
在
笑什么？
中国人在春节喜欢穿红的衣服。
中国人
喜欢
穿红的衣服。
在春节。在春节。中国人在春节喜欢穿红的衣服。
中国人在春节喜欢穿红的衣服。 你的生日，你的生日快到了。Wait, gotta make sure. I need to check this. Oh, I messed up Dao too. Wrong thing. I keep doing this. I keep using this instead of Dao. Dao is this. Gotta make sure. That's another error.
你
你的生日快到了。
快到了。
快到了。你想要什么礼物？
想要什么
礼物？
礼物。
Alright. You can cook French cuisine. 法国菜，他可以做，他会做，他会做法国菜，
他会做
法国菜，法国菜 ，OK 。
干杯，新年快乐！
干杯，新年快乐！
我带了2瓶中国白酒。
法国菜，我带了，我
带了
两瓶
中国白酒。我带了2瓶中国白酒。
我带了两瓶中国白酒。
什么礼物不能送给中国人？
什么礼物不能给送给中国人。什么礼物不能送给中国人。
干杯，我们多喝一点儿。干杯，
我们都喝一点儿。我们多喝一点儿。
干杯，我们多喝一点儿。
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 你想试一下我们的红酒吗？
你想试一下？你想试一下我们的红酒吗？红酒吗？有。
我们要送什么礼物给他？
我们要送给或送给什么礼物？
我们送给
我们要送给
什么礼物？给他。
我们要送什么礼物给他？
我们要送什么礼物给他？
给他。
中国人怎么过新年？
中国人怎么过新年？ Oops. How do Chinese because we no. How do Chinese cuisine spend their New Year's? Spend New Year's. 你想试一下？你想试一下我们的红酒吗？
我们的红酒吗？
红酒。
祝大家新年快乐！
祝大家新年快乐！祝大家。明年我朋友和我去法国会去法国。I swear, every time I hear this is different.
法国。
I'm going to show you a 法国。
法国。
法国。Okay. 明年。我的朋友，然后就是朋友和我会去法国。
法
国。I don't care what you're saying.
他喝了3瓶中国白酒，现在在睡觉。
他喝了。
他
喝了三瓶。3瓶中国白酒。白酒在房间里睡觉。No。
他喝了3瓶中国白酒，现在在睡觉。
现在在睡觉。I was looking for a location. 祝你们身体健康。
祝你们春节工作身体健康。
Actually, I've been writing how to write radical correctly.
你会来我们的新年派对吗？
你会来我们的新年派对吗？
新年派对吗？
中国人怎么过？新年怎么过？
中国人新年怎么
过新年？会
过新年
Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. Interesting. It accepted both. I was like, wait a minute. What's going on here?
你们在笑什么？
你们在笑什么？
你不需要介绍，我认识他。
你不要介绍。你不需要介绍。我认识他。介绍。That's one. 介绍。你不需要。你不需要介绍。我认识他。Okay. 介绍。Gotta get it down.
我带了2瓶中国白酒。
带了2瓶中国白酒。带了 maybe. Remember? 带了。我带了2瓶中国白酒。 白酒。
且祝大家新年快乐。
祝大家新年快乐。祝大家新年快乐。
笑。
他们很喜欢说话。
他们很喜欢
说话。
我们要送什么礼物给他？我们要送什么
礼物？给他。
给他。
Wrong tone at first. 他不但帅，而且聪明。不但帅，而且聪明。That means 帅，而且
中国人在春节喜欢穿红的衣服。中国人在春节喜欢穿红的衣服。
但 whoops wrong tone 但
帅太
聪笑。
手表。干杯。
That's another one. 干杯。So what was it? 干杯。笑。介绍。介绍。那介绍。干杯。
天气。
鼻子。
麦。
中国人怎么过新年？
中国人怎么过
新年？
耳朵。
麦。红酒。
颜色。远。
Whoops. All right. How much time do we have? Yeah, we can spend 30 on this. Spend 30. See if we can close this up.
祝。
Don't you dare. 法国。No. 法国。I'll take 法国。That's fine too. 法国。
法国
We're gonna go with 法国 from now on.
法国
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 住法国
住
法国
住
住
法国
住住住
住住住
法国法国
法国
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 法国法国法国
法国
法国
法国住住
住
住
住住住
住住住
法国
法国
Sorry
法国
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 法国法国
Oops
法国
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 I skipped a stroke there. 法国
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 法国法国法国
法国
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 怎么办 OK 不可以不可以
不可以
怎么办
怎么办
怎么办不可以
不喜欢
为什么
为什么
是不是不可以
怎么办
怎么办
办
怎么办
不可以
怎么办
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 不可以干什么
为什么
不喜
欢
不可以
不可以
不
可以
以
Oops
以可以
哪国人不想要
不想要
怎么办
是不是
不可以怎么办
怎么办
不知道
不知道不知道
怎么办
怎么办
是不是
是不是
做什么
做什么
不可
不可以不让不让 It's 不让 right 上车，上车，
上车，
不让，
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 上车，
不是，
不是，
也
是，
开门，上车，不让，
不让，
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 上车，
不让，
不让，
不，
火车，
不让，不坐，不想，上
车，
上车，
上，五车，
坐了，不让，不给，说错，上
车，
不让，
不让，
应该，
应该，应该，
觉得，
觉得，
希望，
希望，
上车，
上车，
不让，
哎，不进，不进，不进，停车，停车，
停车，
不进，
不进，不
进。
Oh, it's actually 2, not 4. 不进，停车，
停车，
不错，
不进，
不进，注意，
注意，
注意，注意，
一起，
不进，
不进，
不进，停，
不进，
停车，不进，
不进，
不进，
不想，不进，
开
车，
开车，
停车，不收，
停车，
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 新鲜，
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 不进，
不进，
觉得，
觉得，
不
会，
不进，
不进，
看过，
看过，
新鲜，
新鲜，
不进，
不进，
可爱，
可爱，
停车，
停车，飞机票，飞机票，不可以，不可以，
不可以，
飞机票，
飞机上，飞机
票，飞机票，
飞机票，
不可以，
怎么走？
怎么走？
飞机票
，blah blah，飞机票，
不喜欢，不可以，火车
票，
飞机票，
飞
机票，
不可以，
飞机票，
飞机票，
不可以，火车票
blah blah，火车票，
飞机上，
不
舒
服，
飞机票，
不可以，
不可以，定位，
定位
，dang it，定位 ，I rushed it，定位，定位，起，
不知道，
不知道，不知道，
不可以。
飞机票。
飞
机
票。
不知道。
知道。知道不知道？
飞机票。
飞机票。
下车。
下车。
地铁站。
地铁站。
不可以。
打电话。
打电话。
王痛。打电话。2。打电话。说话。OK。打电话。说错。
说错。
说错。
说话。
电脑游戏。打电话。电视节目。
说话。说话。
打电话。
打
电
话。说话。
话。
说错。
电脑。说话。
打电话。
电话。送。
住。
送。住。
是。
送。住。带。笑。
送。
住。送。让。卖。
笑。
住。
All the 4 tones.
住。
送。爱。用。
住。行。
送。
找。
脚。
住。洗。能。送。
明星。Whoops。明星。
聪明。
明星。聪明。明星。Oh, you know what? That's probably why I'm confusing it. Oh. That's why I was doing this. For every my. But my. Okay. Interesting. my 星期五。
每星期五。
Whoops. Dang it. 每星期五。I was thinking my from Japanese. 每星期五。每星期五。
明年。
明年。
明星。
星
期日。
聪明。
明星。
I flipped them. Whoops.
明星。
聪明。
聪明。
下个星期。
明白，
明星，
明星，
对，电话号码，
电话号码，说话，
对，电话号码，
说话，
打电话，电视节目，
电话，
电话号码，
说话，
说话，
电话号码，
电话号码，
电
话
号码，
说话，
电话号码，电视节目，
电视节目，oops，
说错，
说话
，12号
，12号，然后12号，过，
平，
过，
平，
过，找，见，平，车，
过，平，
过，带，过，请，平，回，
平，
开，平，晚，穿，过，车，干，还，平，
okay. Have been 来过 Oh, have been like
来过
Yeah, 来过来过
来过看过
过从来
去过
来过
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 过离过
看过去过来过
打
过
So I haven't closed up. Hello? Okay. That was weird. 干杯。红酒。
干杯。
红酒。
歌。干杯。点菜。红酒。Whoops， 红酒。
电视节
目。
干杯。杯。红酒。
干杯。红酒。干杯。白酒。杯子。节目。
红酒。
酒。 歌，鸡蛋，红酒，节目，干
杯，
干杯，
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 音乐，
音乐，
点菜，
点菜，
红酒，
红酒，
电视节
电视节目啊 I keep saying computer program
干
干杯，
干干干杯，
干
干
干杯，
干杯，
干杯，干杯，得干新闻，瓜
干杯，干杯，
干工作，
工作，
飞机票，
飞机票，
干杯，
干杯，
不
会，
干
不会，
干
，OK，
关干
干
节目，干杯，疼
干杯，干杯，
干睡觉，
睡觉，
沙发，
沙发，
包，
好，
干
杯，
杯，干杯
，Oh no，杯，
干杯。
Oh, that's one way to put it into my brain. 干杯，
问杯关
杯子，干杯，
干杯杯
杯
杯干杯
杯
干什么？
杯干杯长手
杯子，
杯子，
干杯，
干杯，
杯子，
干杯，椅子，
椅子，
孩子，
杯，
杯
子，干杯，
干杯
干杯，
杯子
杯子，
杯子
肚子，杯子，干杯，孩子，杯。
Okay. I expect all of them to turn gold the moment we get it. You know?
李干
干杯，
干
杯子，面，干杯，剑，干
干杯
干杯
干
干
干杯
干干杯打吃
干
什么？哎，红色，好人，
好人，
红色，
红色
好人，
朋友，
朋友，浪漫，
红色，
这
这些 好人，
好人，
红色，
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 好人，
你好，好人，
红色，
红色，
红色，黄色，红色，
红色，Wait, what? 红了，哦，红了，
红了，
红了 ，Yeah, that's fine.
不好，
好
人，
好人，
好人，
人，
OK，
大家
，Whoops， 大家，大家，
这些好人，
一起，
红色，
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 好人，
好人，
质量，
质量，
别人，
别人，
不行，
不行。Come on, where is it?
干什么？
干什么？
干
杯。Oh no. 干什么？
怎么走？干什么？
怎么样？
干杯，杯，
杯，
干杯，
干杯，
干什么？
干什么？
干杯，
杯，
干什么？
杯子，为什么？干杯，怎么
样 ？How many exercises are there? Dang! Oh my god!
酒，
红酒，酒，
请，酒，红酒，
美，
红
了，
红酒，酒，
酒，
酒，红酒，
红酒，酒，玩，
请，红酒，酒，白酒。
Oh man. 法国，法国，法国，yeah，法国，法国，yeah，法国，新年，
新鲜，
快到
啊，
新年，
新年，法国，
法国
，Thank you，法国，
法国，
法国，新年，
最近，
最近，
法国，新年，台湾，
左边，
右边，
右边，
法国，
法国。法国，
法国，新年，
法国，
法国，
法国，法国，新年，新鲜，英国，德国，
新年，新年。
每天，
新年，法国，左边，旁
边，
法国，
时间，旁边，新年，
上
上海，
海，
法
国。 Oh, that wasn't as much as I thought. I really thought we were gonna get all of them.
去年，
去年，
法国，
法国 fair enough. That's how I remembered. 去
法国，
法国。
上
上 yeah
上年。
Oh no， 去年
出去。
And that was gross. That was gross. 出去 yeah fair.
法国，
法国。
法国。
I'm tired.
牛奶。下午。
鞋。同学。
同学。
同学。同学。
法国。去年。
法国。
去过。
去过。
去国。
哦。
国
clever。
过。
去过。Yes.
法国。
That's a good one. That's a good one.
出去。
干什么？
上网。
上网。
法国。你叫什么名
字？
去。
法国。出去。
出去。
周末。
周末。
怎么样？
怎么样？
怎么
走？
去过。
法国。
I didn't even hit anything, yo.
去年。
Didn't even select anything yet. All right. Okay.
好人。
德国人。
德国。
好人。
韩国菜。德国人。
好喝。好看。
好
人。
德国人。
德国人。
好人。
好人。
德国人。
人。
德国人。美国人。好人。
别人。
爱好。红茶。红酒。红茶。
红茶。
红茶。红茶。
酒店。
酒店。
热茶。
热茶。
冰茶。
红酒。
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 红茶。
红茶。
红茶。红酒。
红酒。
红了。热茶。
红茶。
绿茶。德国。德国。法国。德国。
哪国人？英国人。
德国。
德国。
法国。
法国。法国。
中国菜。
法
国。法国。
德国。
国。
德国。法国。
法国。Okay.
英国菜。
法国。德国。
哪国人？韩国
菜。
明
年。明年。
聪明。
明年。Fair enough.
明白。
明白。
明星。明年。
每年，
每年，
聪明，
聪
明，聪明，
明年，
明
年，
聪明，
聪明，
明白，明年，明，聪明，
每年，
白酒，多喝，白酒，
白
酒，多喝，
蔬菜，
关门，
甜点，
多喝，
白酒，
白酒，
多喝，
白酒，
白色，
白酒，
多喝，喝完，
啤酒，
多喝，
做了，
红酒。
Oh, no.
蛋糕，白酒，
多喝，白酒，
冰水，多喝，留在，
白酒，
热茶，
多
喝，好喝，多喝，
好喝，
多喝，
多少钱？
喝完，
多，
好喝，
好喝，
多喝，
多喝，好喝，
太多，多喝，太好，
好喝，
喝完，白酒，
明白，白，
课，
白酒，从，
白酒，白
爱，白酒，啤酒，明
白。All right. How many we got? Okay. That looks like 4 more. 红酒，白酒，红酒，
白色，红酒，白酒，啤酒，酒店，
白
酒，
红酒，红酒，白酒，
啤酒，白酒，红酒，明白，
红了，
酒店，
白酒，酒店，
酒，红酒，白酒，啤
酒，
白，
酒店， 酒
店
白酒
酒
书店白酒啤酒
Making sure I remember.
红酒酒
店 Alright, so we got 2 more exercises.
多
喝
多面散
多喝
太多
多
喝
多远
多喝
往
太
多 Okay, one more.
太
多喝太多
太晚
太
喝完太多多
喝
多
喝
太多
太
多 Okay.
多喝太多
太
不太
好
好喝 Alright. What? Okay. 很多 Okay, I wrote that today too. 很多多喝很多
很多
好喝
多喝的很
快
多喝很多
太多太很
多喝
很多多喝
好喝
太多很晚
Okay. Alright, that definitely took longer than expected. Oh man, I still have 2 chapters that I slacked off, or 2 units that I slacked off. Okay, so what I need to wind this down. Okay, so gotta lock this in. Yeah, xiao. Yeah, xiao. And 叫干杯干杯干杯平there was some other stuff I'm having 法国法国 so 法国 right 法国 in 法国 we're sticking with 法国聪明明信聪明 What other things Song. It's song, not song. Yeah, song. That's a correction too. Song. I made an error in writing. Which was it? Oh, Dao. 坏道. This error. 坏道. Ganbei. I'm getting a lot loose. Being too loose with my tones. Alright. Well, that's a wrap for today. Tomorrow is new vocab day, right? Discuss sport events. Intriguing. Alright, folks. That's a wrap. Well, she wrote. Keep it going, you know. Know when to rest. You know, take a break. Space out your stuff. Right. Always take a rest. Although it's kind of like a rest from this stuff. There are other ways to engage in a target language without necessarily having to do this. Break away from SRS for a little bit. Alright, folks. Until next time. Thank you for chilling. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Until next time, 再见. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.